We plan a trip to the National Museum tomorrow for those who are interested in, after the beginner's capacity training. Now, in order to just see how many of you are interested to go to the museum, I would like you to enroll in a participant list which we put at the SDMX.io booth outside. So please, during lunch or during the coffee break, go there and enter your name if you're interested to go to the National Museum. There will be a bus leaving from the hotel around, so at the moment we plan 5 o'clock, but I will confirm this during the day again. And the National Museum is open until 8 o'clock, so we have sufficient time, so the bus will leave here at 5 o'clock. So please enter your name there. We have at the moment a capacity of up to 50 people, so I hope that should be enough. Then the second thing I would like to mention is again for the beginners capacity training for those who have not yet installed all the software as required in the email and you need help. Please, the SDMX.io booth is, the colleagues there are to help. Please go there, install everything before the training, because otherwise it will take too long. In addition, if you don't have a laptop, that's not a problem. We can actually pair you up with others in the beginner's capacity training, so you can also join without a laptop. Then second, if those who have actually subscribed to the beginner's capacity training, if they could please again confirm their participation, because we have a waiting list and we would like to give also people who are on the waiting list the opportunity to join. So please, if you registered online for the beginner's track before the 12th of October, then please go to the reception desk or the SDMX.io booth, I think, no, Glenn? So go to the SDMX.io booth during the coffee break or the lunch and just confirm again, yes, you are participating at the beginner's track. And those who have registered after the 12th of October deadline, either online or when you arrived at the conference, or you only registered for the advanced track and you would like to attend the beginner's track, then please also go to the SDMX.io booth and just confirm that you would like to participate, because we can include some of the people into the beginner's track then. All right, I hope that was clear. Or are there any questions? If not, then yeah, we would like to show a little, let's say, visual experience about Bahrain before we start the official first section for the third day today. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for coming to the third and closing day of this year's 9th SDMX Global Conference. We've seen in the last few days, I think, an amazing wealth and breadth of presentations, a lot of how SDMX is working with and impacting user communities. We've seen some technical deep dives around new initiatives such as VTL that are really extending the reach of what part of business processes within statistics that SDMX can reach. Today, I'm very excited for us to present a set of speakers that will be presenting practical and implementation experiences within their own agencies. What has it been like for them to actually work with SDMX within their agencies? And we'll be covering that along different sectors. We'll have presentations from the finance side, we'll have presentations from national statistical offices, we'll have presentations from international agencies, we'll have presentations at regional and national level as well from smaller countries and larger countries. I think it's going to give us a really exciting breadth of context for the different ways in which SDMX is being leveraged. And To reintroduce myself, forgot to do that, Yves Jacques. I'm the Chief of Frontier Data and Technology at UNICEF. And with that, I will pass to my co-chair, Ayman.
Sorry. Thank you, Yves. My name is Ayman Al-Ansari. I'm the Chief of Project Governance and the E-Government Authority of Bahrain. Today, we're having the session is going to be divided into two segments, as has been done in the previous days, and they'll be separated by a break. The first segment, this session will feature diverse presentations on implementing the SDMX standard, covering real-world experiences. It explores using SDMX for data governance, dissemination, and management. The topics range from regional applications to tools and strategies, offering insights into its challenges and successful implementations. The first presentation is going to be presented by Mr. Abdullah Gozalov, a statistician at the UNSD, specializes in SDMX, and spearheaded capacity development projects with national statistics offices. He is the focal point of SDMX at UNSD and leads the working group for SDMX on SDG indicators. He will be joined by Mrs. Harumi Shibata Salazar, a statistician at the UNSD, manages the global SDG indicators database. She has a background in gender statistics, time use statistics, and has contributed significantly to strengthening national statistical capacity in the Asia-Pacific region. Please go ahead.
So thank you so much for this introduction, and I would like to use this opportunity to thank organizers and hosts for this magnificent event. So in this presentation, we will talk about our experiences and lessons learned related to the SDMX data and metadata exchange in the context of SDG indicators. So some background just to give where we are coming from. There is the working group on SDMX for SDGs, and this was established by the interagency and expert group on SDG indicators. And the mandate to this group was to develop a solution for the exchange and dissemination of SDG data and metadata. So the first DSD was published in June 2019. The database is updated every quarter, and because there are always additions in the code list, the DSD is also updated regularly, at least 4 times in a year. The current version of the DSD is 1.15, and I will talk a bit about the global SDG DSD. It has 16 dimensions. Something to mention is we only have one single DSD for all the SDG indicators. As you know, SDG indicators cover a wide range of areas: social, economic, environment. So not all the dimensions are applicable for all the series. So for example, we have the case of the forest area as a proportion of land area. So for example, age and sex would not be applicable to this series. We also have the several attributes in the DSD, and we have something that are the mixed dimensions. And we have three mixed dimensions that are the series that are used to represent the indicators. One single indicator can have multiple series, and we have here the example of indicator 1A2, which is the proportion of total government spending on essential services, education, health, and social protection. And under this indicator, we have 3 data series, which, and each of them covers one of the components. One is for the education, one is for the health, and the last one is for the social protection. We have the composite breakdown as a mixed dimension. The composite breakdown has several code lists under it. It's used for breakdowns that are used in very few indicators, and this has been thought to reduce the sparsity and also avoid creating too many dimensions. And as you can see at the moment, we have a variety of breakdowns under composite breakdown. And Abdullah will touch and talk a bit more about this. And the last mixed dimension that we have is custom breakdown, which is used as a special dimension to facilitate non-standard breakdowns, and that are, for example, specific for the national context. So we are using the codes C01, C02, and the labels are provided by the reporters in the context, on their own context. And in terms of data transmission, we have established data exchange with about 36 countries, and we also have automatic exchange with several agencies, around 6 agencies, receiving data through either SDMX APIs or Excel SDMX-enabled templates. This is just to give you an idea of the amount of data that we are receiving currently for the SDG database. By quarter, we receive most of the data during the first quarter. And in terms of data, SDMX exchange of data, we are receiving around 170 series, which translates into about 36% of the number of observations in the database through SDMX APIs, and around 32 series, which is about 6% of the observations in the database using SDMX-enabled templates. And I think, Abdullah, please.
Yes, thank you, Harumi. So, what are the challenges? Well, I'll tell you what the challenges are. In terms of data modeling, whatever can come up in the SDG data exchange, it has. Because the SDG dataset is an extreme case. It is extremely highly disaggregated and extremely volatile. And for us, it was a real challenge and difficulty to put this together. However, on the flip side, whatever challenges we have faced, we have had to overcome them, and we have, gained tons of experience on that. So the biggest challenge is supporting a highly multidimensional and volatile data set with dimensions being added all the time. And I think that we've done remarkably well. I mean, the fact that the data exchange is functioning is a testament to the power of SDMX, because it's an extremely challenging data set to work with. But we do have challenges. It's increasingly difficult to accommodate new breakdowns, in the composite breakdown, for example, and the series. The SDG DSD was designed for reporting and not dissemination. It's difficult to use it for dissemination. The labels are very long. They are long because of the nature of the data set, and in particular in the case of mixed breakdowns. To avoid ambiguity, you have to specify the name of the breakdown and the name of the code, so the names can be very long and difficult. They're not very readable when you use them for dissemination. The data cube, the SDG dataset, is very sparse because there is not one observation to which all the dimensions apply. Only a fraction of the dimensions apply to every given observation. And again, this was necessitated by the business needs, because creating multiple DSDs and keep them less sparse in the SDG context would have been very difficult. A decision that we made, which was rather controversial, and some of you who are members of the SDG working group advised against it. We made the unit of measure a mandatory attribute, and with hindsight, it should have been made a dimension. We were aware of the arguments. We still believe that it should be an attribute because it's cleaner. But by now, what we see is that there are so many number and rate indicators, number and rate series in the database, that with unit of measure as a dimension, which we think is not the cleanest approach, it would have been still a lot easier to manage our indicators and breakdowns. This next case is interesting. Nature and observation status are attributes, which we use in our DSD. The problem with them is that they overlap to a significant extent, which means that they can easily contradict each other in a data set. However, the nature attribute is very well established in development indicators exchange. It dates back to the MDG era. It's older than SDMX. Whereas observation status is extremely well established in SDMX data exchange, and I suspect that there are tools that may be expecting to find it in a DSD and would not function properly if it's not there. Which means that we can't give up either of them. We have to maintain both of them, and the best we can do is provide a guidelines and in order to avoid conflicts between those two attributes. And now I give back to Harumi to talk about reference metadata.
Thank you. Just very quickly, the first MSD for the SDG indicators was published in February 2022. And to exchange metadata, we have a set of tools that were developed by UNSD in cooperation with the World Bank. All the reference metadata set for the global SDG indicators is now published through the SDMX metadata API. And this API provides machine-readable reference metadata. And having this API has been facilitated the computer-assisted translations of the SDG reference metadata as part of the World Bank project. We also have a site where users can select and download metadata from there.
You can talk about it. Okay. Yeah, so as you probably know, there are very few examples of reference metadata exchange, automated reference metadata exchange based on SDMX or otherwise. So it wasn't a straightforward exercise, but we handled it. We designed software that will retrieve reference metadata text from Word templates and convert it to SDMX. And now it's actually functioning pretty well. And all of the global SDG reference metadata is published at an SDMX API. The metadata is accessible through an interface, so it can actually be queried, it can be exported, it can be browsed, which I think greatly simplifies the processing of metadata, and you have the references where you can access that. So, what are the lessons learned? In the context of the SDG data exchange, where we had 36 countries and 40 custodian agencies that we work with, the key benefit identified by both the custodian agencies, our reporters that is, and UNSD is validation. And this is how we convince the new custodian agencies to join SDG data exchange. SDMX gives you validation. If you validate your data sets before you send them to us, then we will not have to write back to you when we discover issues with your data set. And that email exchange can be pretty long. So this is one of the major selling points of SDG data exchange to our reporters. Given the volatility and dynamism of the SDG data exchange, yes, we do need to constantly coordinate and communicate with our reporters. We do need tools to work on things such as reference metadata exchange, because we had to develop everything. For reference metadata, we had to develop everything by hand. Documentation. We do need to develop we have developed documentation for our data exchange, and we need to maintain it. This is crucial. All aspects of the data and metadata exchange need to be documented. Data structure definition manuals, API manuals, and so forth. And training. We have established data exchange thanks to training. We see a lot of interest in our reporters to establish SDG data exchange, SDMX data exchange, and we need to provide training to make it happen. Now, what needs to be addressed? Quite a few things that surfaced during the SDG data exchange actually have been addressed. Our experience on reference metadata exchange was a major input to the development of SDMX 3.0. And we hope that in SDMX 3.0, the implementation of reference metadata exchange is a lot more straightforward, and we hope to see that in tools. Our experience with content constraints also led to changes in how content constraints function in SDMX 3.0. What still needs to be addressed is support for highly multi-dimensional data sets. And the use of mixed dimensions really complicates the data and metadata exchange. And based on our experience, we developed a paper where we propose what we hope is a simple and straightforward way to make it much easier in SDMX to accommodate highly multidimensional and volatile data sets, based on our experience. And the other thing that we need is we need VTL in SDMX converter, in SDMX reference infrastructure, in Fusion metadata registry, in DotStat, and other commonly used tools. Why? It's because this will, in the context of the SDGs, this will give our reporters have a complete structural and content validation of their data sets before they submit them to us. The most straightforward answer to this problem is VTL, which was specifically designed for this purpose, but which is not yet supported in common tools, and we need that. And thank you.
Thank you for your rich presentations. I think we have time for a question or two, if you have any questions. Please. There might also be time at the end for also a couple of questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Rafi El-Habta, is an economist and data analyst at ESCWA, specializing in SDMX and SDGs. He spends much of his time working with area Arab countries to work with them on SDMX with respect to national and international data reporting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ev, for the nice introduction. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of my colleague at ESCWA Beirut, my team member and my team leader, Nada Jafar, it's my pleasure to share with you our experience from the Arab region to support Arab countries to adopt and use SDMX for SDG data reporting, as well as to integrate SDMX into their workflow. I will present briefly the challenges that we had, the strategy that we followed to address these challenges, as well as our future plans and upcoming events. So, to begin with, in 2020, we started collecting SDGs data in collaboration with national statistical offices and as well in collaboration with UN custodian agencies. We use these data mainly to monitor the progress of the SDGs towards the 2030 agenda. These data fed directly to what we call National Reporting Platform, which is a dedicated dashboard designed to monitor the progress towards the 2030 agenda. So, to do this task and to monitor the progress towards the 2030 agenda, we need to have up-to-date data at the time of its dissemination, as well as to make sure that the data is comparable and using the standard metadata. So, to improve the data availability, the first thing that we did is establishing a national SDGs team. Each national SDG team includes at least one statistician, expert in SDGs, who is responsible of validating the data, the numbers, the units, the sources, and at least one information technology expert who is responsible of validating the structure of the file, as well as to exchange the data directly with ESCWA. So far, we have established successfully 16 teams from Algeria, Bahrain, Iraq, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Libya, Kuwait, Morocco, Qatar, Palestine, Saudi Arabia, Somalia, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen. So, what were the main challenges and what was the ESCWA strategy? The main challenges can be summarized in 2 points. First, we had different level of SDMX knowledge and expertise and skill set among the team members as well as between countries. The second challenge was at that time the lack of resources in terms of training and applied exercises, specifically using SDGs data. And as well, there was slow mechanism to exchange the data with ESCWA. So, to address these challenges, our strategy was based on 3 pillars. The first pillar is providing capacity development. The second one is to provide technical assistance. And the last one was to establish data exchange mechanisms. The first 2 pillars are very important to bridge the knowledge gap, which is the first challenge. So, in the first pillar on regional training capacity development, we have been providing regional SDMX workshops since June 2020, of course in collaboration with UNSD. Thank you, Abdullah. Our plan is to always have at least 1 to 2 regional workshops every year, so we keep the country always up to date with the latest development on SDMX. These workshops, we always try to cover both basic and advanced topics, as well as to provide hands-on exercises and application on using different SDMX tools. The second pillar, providing technical assistance, customized training. We also assist country by providing customized training upon their request. We provide resources, applied exercises. Of course, we consider their level of SDMX knowledge while designing these exercises. So far, we have delivered customized training and crash courses for Palestine, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Tunisia, and recently with Yemen. The last pillar is to establish a data exchange mechanism. To facilitate the exchange of the data to ESCWA and thus to the National Reporting Platform, we developed our own SDMX converter. We basically used the available tool, which is the SDMX converter available online, but instead of going through the whole step process of updating the data, our SDMX converter only requires 2 steps. Basically, upload the file. If you don't have any error, you just submit the file. which will go through our pipeline, update the database, which will trigger set of codes, Python, Rs data, and update the tracker, the national reporting platform. The converter is automatically up to date. It picks up the latest DSD. As mentioned earlier by my colleague, the latest DSD is 1.15. So our converter is reading the latest DSD and data flow. Of course, the converter can be used for non-SDG data as well, but it's for the time being used for SDG data. It's been completed in December 2022. So, what's the focus of our strategy and what were the income of it? Our strategy basically focuses on strengthening the national statistical systems in the Arab countries and to promote innovation to enhance data dissemination for Arab countries. As direct result of these of ESCWA strategy, 15 Arab countries have successfully used the ESCWA SDMX converter to exchange and update data directly into their national reporting platform, which ensured that data used for the SDG monitoring is accurate, reliable, and comparable. So what are our upcoming plans? Of course, we want to establish national SDG teams for all Arab countries. So far, we have established with 16, 6 more to go. We are planning to have the rest of the 6 Arab countries to use ESCWA SDMX converter to update their national reporting platform. Of course, as mentioned by Abdullah, we need to always have advanced workshop to keep the team up to date with latest development. Currently, we are in process of drafting SDMX guideline and manual, which will further facilitate, provide more information to country teams on the use of SDMX for SDGs. It is now in draft. Hopefully, it will be published by end of the year. Finally, we would like to enhance the feature of our SDMX converter and its coverage. So one of the main challenges that we are facing while validating the data is basically the sources. As mentioned yesterday by our colleague Frank from INSE, we also validate the data by type of source, if it should come from administrative sources or if it should come from survey. We believe that by implementing VTL instruction, we can further facilitate this process. Of course, we would like to add more APIs so users can have better access to the database, to the data. We also would like to upgrade our tool to SDMX 3.0. Currently, it's running on SDMX 2.1, and we are using SDMX converter version 7.9.5 for it. Basically, because of the added feature of SDMX 3.0, especially for validating the attribute. One of the issues we found while receiving data, sometimes people do miss or provide wrong attribute information. So we think that by using SDMX 3.0, we can address this issue. Finally, we would like also to try to use our ESCWA SDMX converter to exchange regional SDG average from custodian agency. As mentioned in the beginning, we also collect SDG data from UN custodian agencies. Unfortunately, because only 4 custodian agencies have APIs to get the data from it, we think that by using our ESCWA SDMX converter, UN agencies can directly exchange the data with us without having the burden to send us Excel file and process them and do a lot of data wrangling. So this is the Arab SDG Gateway. It has all the tools that are developed by UN ESCWA to support countries to report on SDG data. I would like to say that SDMX converter is only one part of a set of product or tools developed by ESCWA that further facilitate the reporting of SDG data, not only for Arab countries, but it can be used by other countries. For example, we have the metadata in Arabic language, the SDG data collection tool, which provide the official and standard metadata and questionnaire for each SDG indicator. We also have SDG data capacity development, as well as MARS, which is a monitoring application for reporting on SDGs, which is a very important tool to address the issue of data flow, as well as to reconcile the issue of data discrepancy between national and international data, which is in the global database. To wrap up, the importance of ESCWA strategy in strengthening national SDG data team is critical step to us towards achieving the SDGs. By enhancing data availability and quality, country will be able to be better equipped to monitor progress, identify the gaps, and make evidence-based decisions to accelerate the SDG implementation in the Arab region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rabi. We have about 3 minutes for questions. I see we already have a hand up in the audience there. Can we get a mic? You can use this or that.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation, and it's good to see the sort of trainings and capacity building efforts that you're making in the region. Just a clarification maybe, so when you say ESCWA, SDMX Converter, is this like a custom build application that you're using? Or is this the Eurostat SDMX Converter?
It is basically the Eurostat SDMX Converter tool. As mentioned, we are using the version 7.9.5. We just only reduced the steps of using the converter. Instead of going through the whole process, the IT member who is responsible of exchanging the data with us, all he needs to do is just upload the data file. The data file is our template that we constructed with the preloaded mapping. So all they need is to add the data, upload the file. If they don't have any error, you just press submit, and the data will go through our pipeline. So it's basically the same. It's a replica for the Eurostat converter, but with reduced steps.
Okay, thank you. And the second question or point was around your training. So it looks like a lot of in-person workshops, I'm assuming, yeah?
Yes.
Have you thought about like looking at other sort of ways of doing this? Because there's many ways you can do it, like self-paced learning, for example, online, to build capacity, micro-learning maybe afterwards, because one in-person capacity building workshops can be quite intensive also on yourselves as lead agency.
True. So basically, we're using more in-person training because we found that to keep people more engaged is to bring them in person and do them exercises. Of course, at the beginning, since 2020, we had COVID, so the first 2 or 3 workshops were online, virtually. But of course, we are planning to have a learning manual to learner, to facilitate, to provide more information, and we keep them up to date with latest event by sending emails as well as advertising many things on the SDMX user forum.
Thank you so much. We have time for one more question. Gentleman in the back middle.
Thank you. Just a very quick question for Rabia. I'm Danny Ghaffari from UNEP, and we are a custodian agency for 25 SDG indicators. If I understand correctly, you're asking countries to report to the NRP of ESCWA.
Yeah.
And at the same time, we as custodian agency will request data through questionnaire from countries. So do you expect in the future for us as custodian to collect the data from our NRP directly? Do we still need to contact countries to collect data in order to reduce the burden on countries when it comes to reporting? Thank you.
Okay. I think, thank you for the question. It's very broad actually because it depends on the type of the indicator. So if it is administrative data indicator. I think our tool, which is Mars, can help addressing this issue. The idea of Mars is to reduce the data flow issue, and that National Statistical Office will have control on the data and have it before the UN agency. If that tool is successfully implemented, you can get the data directly from the APIs earlier, before time. But for time being, I think you still have to get the data directly from the NSOs.
Thank you, Rabi. On to the next speaker then.
So sorry. Mr. Sami Al-Fazari from GCC Stat. He works as a statistician there, and he will share his experience with us. Please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sami Al-Fazari, representing GCC Stat. Here is the outline. First thing I will talk about GCC Stat, and overview also about SDMX Trip and MARSA, and ending with the achievement and going forward. GCC Stat was approved to be established in September 2011, and the main roles of GCC Stat is to develop and coordinate harmonized statistics in the member countries. And second thing is to provide the high quality of statistical and knowledge products to support the ambitious GCC agenda. Third thing, to support the monitoring and implementation of GCC strategies. And last is to provide up-to-date data for GCC citizens and other users. Here is the key partners with GCC Stat, which are the national centers in the member countries. Also, there is a cooperation with GCC institutions, as GCC is also one of the GCC institutions, and also with other partners from the international institutions. Can I skip this? How we introduce SDMX in GCC Stat after the 6th SDMX Global Conference in 2017. One of our colleagues, they attended this conference. And then there was like an interior initiative to start studying about SDMX, translating the manuals. Then we hosted a training in 2018 done by Fusion Metadata technology. It was also in March 2018. Later on, in 2019, there was a decision to build end-to-end solution, which is called MARSA. And then we decided to introduce SDMX as the tool to transfer the data. And here is the model of the SDMX, starting from the collection, transfer data and metadata, and automate and schedule data. Then we go to the processing and have some steps, storing the data and disseminate the data. Now I will give you an overview about MARSA system. MARSA system is end-to-end solution to provide official statistics management and response dynamic interior and external stakeholder needs. It's deliver a variety of services through a deployment of several components, and it's integrated system between GCC Stat and the data sources. And how MARSA is operating, starting from the sources, then we have an ETL tool was built for MARSA system, a process done there. Then it's managed by statistical calendar management. There is a statistical calendar management, managing the timing of extracting the data from the ETL. Then it takes the data to the data warehouse. From this data warehouse, we have several components integrated to this data warehouse, and it's used SDMX. It's based on SDMX. From this data warehouse also, we are disseminating the data to the data portal there, and also to mobile application and other API intelligence analysis. And here is the benefit we gained from application of MRSA. For GCC Stat, it's a fully automated data project, fast way to exchange the data and measure the strategies. For the decision makers, they can monitor their strategies by creating a special dashboard from different topics, and these dashboards are built depending on Fusion registry. How we convert our data, we have in the center, our data is stored in Excel. So we need to convert this Excel to SDMX format. First thing, we did like a brainstorming to change our Excels to SDMX, to specify dimensions, attributes, and measures, and code list and frequencies. What should we include and what should we not include? We result in cross-section concepts, related section concepts, and some tables we decide that they need more than one DSD. And also we agreed on naming ways of the artifacts and related ITs. Standardizing all of this and normalizing also to make sure that the indicators are not repeated in many data flows. We built our artifacts in SDMX Fusion registry, and we agreed on the concepts that we are using and the code list and the SDs. To arrange our data in the Fusion registry, there was 3 instances built in Fusion registry. The first one, we called it the origin Fusion registry. It stores the data that we are extracting from the sources as they are. Then, using the ETL, we are transferring this data and validate them and make them suitable for our DSDs. We put them in the final instance. If the data are validated and approved, we put them in the dissemination instance so that they are ready to be published for the public. Now we are coming to the collection of data. We integrate the ETL tool with the Fusion registry. Once the data are received from the countries, we process them during the ETL, and we integrate the Fusion registry to be the target of this data. So the statisticians with us in the GCC Stat, they just only need to select this structure, and the data, it will go direct to the Fusion registry of the origin, and it will be stored there. Then this data that came to the origin, it will go direct to the final after we transform their structure to be in our structure. If the data also is approved, then using the ETL tool, we take them to the dissemination. After we approve the data and they are ready to be published in the dissemination, then we link this dissemination to a data portal to disseminate the data. In this data portal, there are many things. One of them is the data set, and also it's directly linked to the Fusion registry. The other one is the Explorer. Third one is the dashboard and statistical demand management. Here is the example of the data set. If you see there on the left is the statistical domains. These statistical domains are linked directly to the Fusion registry in the category scheme. So all the category schemes that we defined in Fusion registry, they are shown here in the data portal. And all the data sets are linked to this category scheme, and they will be shown here. And if there is any refreshment of data in Fusion registry, it will be shown here directly. And also we give the users some resources to download the data. The other thing to disseminate data is the Explorer. It's the place also linked to the Fusion registry, to the dissemination instance, and it reflects the data in the Fusion registry. Third thing is the dashboards. We are using Tableau as an AI program, a system to visualize our data. So this, for example, this dashboard has three data flows linked to each other to produce this dashboard. The achievement after this working is rising the level of automation of work, procedures, controlling governance and powers, and reducing effort and time and cost. We create a consistent auto-updating and high-quality central database that is unified and reliable. We build a culture of SDMX within our GCC stat, and we raise the capabilities. Also, we are promoting the culture of SDMX in GCC NSOs. Other thing is building an integrated solution that covers the entire statistical functions. Also, the ability to transfer the data of large size of different shape and forms. Ease of publishing using these publishing areas to process and exchange data and from machine to machine. We are ready to auto-connect with any data providers regardless of their system. The steps of going forward, we are strengthening statistical capabilities in GCC, National Statistical Centers. Also support and assist the NSOs in implementing the SDMX, completing the automation collection process in NSOs, and covering all the statistical fields. Continuing using SDMX as a tool, searching for alternative statistical data sources without worrying about their structures. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Sami. We have more than 3 minutes for questions, so please, yes. The gentleman at the back.
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. My name is Ole Sørensen from the European Central Bank. Just a question about, I saw that the dashboards was using Tableau. And curious, do you have any performance issues using this tool? Did you experience that, since this is a kind of a lessons learned?
Can you please repeat the question?
The question is that, did you experience any performance issues with the Tableau dashboards?
No, we didn't get anything about the performance. The performance is okay using the Tableau.
Okay, thank you.
And also this dashboard that I showed to you, it's reflecting a high the number of the data where behind this is bigger, and the performance was good.
Raphael from the BIS. Thanks, Sami, for this impressive presentation. Congratulations to the successful implementation of your project so far. I have a question. If you, could maybe elaborate a little bit more on the lessons learned and your wishes for the SDMX working groups and the Secretariat. Yeah, if you, look back, yeah, what in your, let's say, point of view, what is missing at the moment in SDMX? What didn't work that well? What do you see could be put on the agenda going forward when we talk about SDMX? Thank you.
There are a lot of things that we are missing in SDMX now because we just started. And there are, for example, from this conference, and I studied many things and that I didn't hear before. And I wish also to learn about them and take them to our center and to discuss them also.
Thank you, Sami. Thank you for the questions.
Thank you to Mr. Sami. And on to the next implementation of SDMX at the Reserve Bank of India, strengthening data governance, data management, and data visualization. We will have two presenters for this. If you both would like to come up. First, we have Mr. Debazis Anandi, extensive experience at the Reserve Bank of India, particularly in data governance and implementing SDMX. He has led various divisions and currently oversees the implementation of SDMX at RBI and the Indian banking sector. He'll be accompanied by Mr. Sudipta Dutta, who has a decade-long experience in data science and governance and is responsible for implementing SDMX standards and various data science projects at the Reserve Bank of India. Thank you.
Thank you all, and very good morning. We are presenting implementation of statistical data metadata exchange in Reserve Bank of India. This is relating to strengthening of data governance, data management, and data visualization also. Broadly, we'll cover existing data management, our experience of data reporting to BIS. We have taken a new project which is having end-to-end SDMX, so we'll explain that. And then we'll see how it is making difference the data governance using SDMX, other advantages and challenges. Just give a brief, we implemented data warehouse system in Reserve Bank of India in the year of 2003. We have huge variety and volume of data, especially macroeconomic financial data series. We have 1,200 reports. All this we are disseminating using our public web portal called Database of Indian Economy. It is known as DBI. The SAARC countries data, macroeconomic data and data series are also available. We are hosting in our data warehouse. We are collecting a lot of data from our regulated entities. Around 10,000 plus regulated entities are reporting data to us. Around 250 various data templates, we'll say. It is not kind of DSD based, it is a template based data we are collecting on regulatory, supervisory, financial sector, payment systems and all other. And SDMX, for quite some time we are reporting to BIS relating to macroeconomic variables like 174 and then international banking statistics. BIS, we used to upload the file. 2022, we have implemented bulk data connector. We are able to do system-to-system handshake, and going forward in the new system, we are planning to use API-based data reporting. Now, the existing system or the data warehouse system is already overhauled and replaced by a new system called Centralized Information Management System. The Centralized Information Management System is a data lake instead of data warehouse, and it is having all the existing data already. We have migrated and we have created a new structure and data through the new web portal launched July this year already. However, that end-to-end SDMX module, we are taking a little more time, but it is already developed, tested also, advanced stage of implementation. So that is going to explain that. So that is, we created a lot of DSDs because, as I said, 250 huge data templates was there. Some of single data template was having 4,000, 5,000 data cells or data points. You can say the combination of code values of dimensions or data series. So those we have created. It took a lot of time. We brainstormed our team. We formed team, we brainstormed, and then we created all the DSDs and related artifacts like code lists and all this. We have integrated our system, Fusion Metadata Registry. We are using that. It's a really nice software. We created because our situation was little different relating to data template. So we have created a converter which is able to convert the existing data template based huge data. Sometimes one template is having more than 15, 20 DSD data. So in a converter we have created in the Hadoop based converter so that it can convert in one go all the elements or say DSD's data. It is capable to convert data. And data query engine we created, that is the analytics part, is a visual analytics plus tabular view of data. It's a generic tool. Any DSD based data stored you can create, it will connect and it will retrieve. So this is the end-to-end life cycle of our SDMX implementation in the new system. In the core is SDMX metadata module. So that we have created, all these artifacts is stored in our SDMX module, and we are replicating using API to Fusion Metadata Registry. We are getting a lot of advantage out of Fusion Metadata Registry. Especially the browsing facility of Fusion Metadata Registry we have integrated in our portal so that the end user will be able to view the metadata from the Fusion Registry browser. From the Fusion Registry, we are creating single file for distribution of the metadata. So we have created data governance portal which is mentioned below. Using this portal, we are able to distribute the SDMX ML single file for distributing all artifacts together to the banks. Now the data collection part is quite challenging. We have not started that data collection part. We are planning very soon to start it. For that converter, we are going to give it to all our entities, regulated entities, so that they can convert from the data structure they have to the SDMX ML based, and they can submit to us. Now data pipeline, we have created multiple data pipeline, how we collect it. One is system to system pool based. It's a IBM MQ based pool mechanism. There is an agent application we are already given to the banks. So bank are already started using that API, the agent for other reporting. The same agent will be used for SDMX reporting. So that is one channel. Other two channel is API based and file upload in our data governance portal. In the data governance portal, we have multiple facility to ensure the compliance of the reporting, lot many dashboards to view by our central office department as well as by entity, the submission, timely submission and data quality part. We have in the repository, we have already converted using the converter which I will explain next slide. All the historical data already we have converted in the SDMX based data, and we have created two separate repository for this DSD based data. One is internal confidential data relating to banking supervision, regulatory and all this. And the second is public data relating to macroeconomic indicator and various publication. We have created the public store of the SDMX data. Now this data, once it is stored, I am able to create an engine to report to BIS or any other international institution, putting their DSD in our store. We have a channel of API we have created to distribute the data. Also data query engine, which connect to data and give fetch the data from the store. Now this is the converter engine. Very quickly, it's complicated, but just quickly I'll explain that. This tool, the main part is the mapping table. So this took a lot of time. We have created each and every data cells or data points to the particular DSD, and combination of code value is the mapping. So that mapping table is being accessed by the data converter engine, which is written in the Spark, and then it goes to the metadata and the mapping table and extract the data from the data template and convert in a bulk mode multiple DSD-based data and store directly in the Hive table in my system. And then it is able to create the XML file also, the data flow file. So that is, we are also using, and it will be used by the banks. Why, what context we have used? We have used this as a bulk converter to convert all entity, all time series data together in one go for converting the existing non-SDMX data to SDMX data. Now, this is the, this data query engine, it's again Spark-based engine. It is a generic engine. It goes to the database and bring the data. Since the time is less, I'll just explain few of the screenshots. It is already implemented. So it goes first and get the metadata, dimension selection, element selection, and then it can drill down to individual code value and then filtering condition as a code value. Again, I can even reduce the dimension so that it will aggregate on that dimension. So those facility will be there, and time and the dimension code value, and then it will give tabular as well as dashboards. So the facility is I can select multiple DSD together. Data governance, yesterday also a lot of presentation was there, so I'll not go into detail. So because of SDMX, we have cataloged the data. We are able to manage the life cycle of the data end to end. We are able to do lot many reference metadata. Recently, we have already released lot of definitions in our RBI website, around 101. We are creating glossary. So all this part is really helpful when we go into the SDMX. Now I'll request Sudipto to quickly.
Thank you, sir. So this has been a humongous experience for us. We have been using our work to build this SDMX-based element-based repository for last 3 years, and we have seen that there are various advantages relating to it, and the top management obviously acknowledges that. So first one is the data standardization. As of now, in Reserve Bank of India, there is no such data standardization. After we have collected this kind of DSDs and designed them, we have seen that we can link them with different business concepts like balance sheet, profit and loss accounts, and different risk segments such as credit risk, market risk. Previously, there were different data sets that were being collected by RBI into different data templates, as mentioned by sir. After converting to DSDs, the reporting entities will only be submitting this data only once. So we'll get to on the single source of truth, and this will also lead to data consistency. Using the data query tool, you will be giving the users a facility so that they can drill down the data at any granularity they want. Moreover, the result will be available to them for users in the analytics. I have already highlighted this earlier that all these DSDs will be aligned with different business concepts, and this will lead to data harmonizations also. Finally, the results of the data query, the users can use it as it is, or they can use it in the integrated analytics layer of Centralized Information Management System, which is the newest data warehouse we're building. So in this centralized analytics layer, all the advanced programming tools will be available like PySpark, Python, and R. So users can use this output in the analytical program itself, so they don't have to extract the data into the laptop and desktop and utilize the programming power of the server. Finally, it's not only been benefits. We have always seen that there are multiple challenges. We have tackled with 250 different regulatory returns that had almost 3 lakh data cells or data series. So we have to analyze each of them and find it out that how we can connect this data series or data cells with different DSDs. While designing the DSDs, we found out that it has to be very flexible because at different times the business owners might ask to create a new dimension or create a new code list within the same dimension, so it has to be very flexible. It should be such that the business owners as well as the regulated entities understand that while they are submitting the data to us. One particular problem we face that in certain DSTs there are like high number of dimensions, so it would lead us a multiple dimension problem, which might not be, and that particular granularity of data might not be needed by the data owners, the business owner departments, or as well it might put a bottleneck to the regulated entities. So we had to come out with a kind of a trade-off that we split the element or the DST into multiple DSTs for the time being, and maybe we again take a look at them and at a future stage, and depending on the business objective, we'll probably try to combine them. So earlier we have reported that there are like more than 1100 DSTs, so that might come down a little bit after that. Currently, the converter tool that we are using to transform the template-based data to DST-based data is based on Linux and clouded Hadoop platform and certain other dependencies. So we are trying to make it as much possible platform free and actually platform independent. So we are trying to test the tool in a separate independent platform. And so that when you are actually giving this tool to the regulated entities, they'll be able to accommodate this tool and adapt this tool without much customization. So again, after giving the converter tool, we need to ensure that the regulated entities are able to adapt them. So we'll try to give them training and all that, try to make them educated in the SDMX literature also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nandi and Mr. Dutra from the Reserve Bank of India. We've reached our 15 minutes, so as much as I'd like to take some questions, please keep them for the coffee break, which will be after the following presentation, in the interest of keeping in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we have our last presentation before the break. Our next presenter is Mr. Mohammed Arfan from the Maldives. He's got a very interesting experience for us. Over 10 years of experience leading the ICT part of the SDMX, please.
Thank you, Ayman. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and good morning to everyone. I think I'm the one standing between you and the break, so I'll make this very quick. My name is Mohammed Irfan. I'm from Maldives Bureau of Statistics. I'm going to tell a little bit about our experience in implementing SDMX and DotStat suite. So our objective was to publish yearbook data in a data portal while improving the process efficiency and quality. So we decided to adopt DotStat suite, industry-leading data portal for dissemination. The initial project consisted of migrating the existing statistical yearbook data from our Excel-based format and publishing it in DotStat suite. We wish to adapt the statistical yearbook data collection process and make it more template-driven. So our project started with ESCWA while we agreed to accept it, and then we started our first workshop having a brief introduction on SDMX, how SDMX works, and then we did the first training sessions with key ministries and how to organize the data. And after that, we did our second workshop on training data modeling. We did furthermore structural modeling, and then we decided we will finalize the code lists and then implement the Fusion metadata registry. After that, we launched the portal just this month. So we are still continuing it, so more data sets are to be modeled and added to the portal. SDMX to be extended to other statistical processes as well. So why we decided to use SDMX? The data collection and storage, because MBS collects a lot of data, storing data in accordance with SDMX. Data structure definitions will ensure us that data is structured consistently and easily exchanged. Data dissemination using SDMX compliant data services like DotStat to disseminate data will allow the users, including government agencies and other organizations, to access this data in a standardized format. Timely updates. SDMX allows for automated data updates and synchronization. When MBS releases new data or updates existing data, SDMX-based systems can automatically retrieve and integrate the latest information. Data exchange. We exchange data with international organizations like UN, IMF, World Bank. So using SDMX, since these organizations also follow SDMX standards, data exchange becomes more efficient and less error-prone. Finally, metadata standardization. Metadata, including data source information, definitions, and classifications provided in accordance with SDMX metadata standard. This makes it easier for users to understand and use the data. Some of the challenges that we faced included data interoperability. Government agencies often collect the data in different formats. This makes it very difficult for us to share and compare with other agencies and international organizations. Data timeliness. We are unable to get up-to-date data and make it available in a timely manner. The metadata standard, because the lack of consistent metadata standard currently, it was a challenge for us to describe the data, including the definitions, units of measurement, and data sources. Data visualization and dissemination, because our existing method of visualization and dissemination is inefficient, because most of our data is in Excel-based format and PDF format, so it's difficult to visualize this data. Staff capacity is also an issue for us because we are a small team, and since the project was simultaneously started with census, with a limited staff, we faced delay in data verification, standardization of area, and other codes. However, with additional resources, we were able to accomplish the objective. So some of the success factors include inter-agency collaboration. The project is being done in close collaboration with the key ministries and ministry experts. In the training workshops allowed us knowledge of SDMX to be spread beyond our office, creating a network of professionals that support the dissemination of standard-based statistics. Data ownership. Since MBS owns most of the data, the team manages future updates to the platform. We did learning in practice approach. So instead of having theoretical presentations about SDMX, we focused on real yearbook data with exercises and examples. The SDMX conceptual elements were introduced as needed in the context of the need of the project. Fusion Metadata Registry was adapted as a structural metadata management tool. FMR reporting template was adapted to improve upon existing Excel-based process for collecting data from ministries. The project scope is limited to a set of data, mostly for the yearbook data, and it's gradually released on the platform. So instead of waiting for all data to be modeled, we used an agile approach. So we are looking in the future to add more data sets going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for an excellent time management.
I would like to thank Brian and Diane for their wonderful contribution in this project. I would also like to thank ESCWA and other agencies who have helped us, and our bureau staffs who work tirelessly on this project. Also, I would like to thank the organizers for having us here today. Think about having this event next year in Maldives. Thank you.
So we have time for a couple of questions for Mohammed Arfan, and then we can take also a question or two for the rest of the speakers. But first, let's start with Mohammed Arfan. Anyone? All right. Thank you. We have time. We have 5 minutes, so I think we can take 2 or 3 questions, please. You can direct your questions to any member of the panel.
Thank you. This is Wei Chen from IO. I have a question for the Reserve Bank from India. I know that India is such a huge country, and I mean the scale of your data, it could be quite large. And also from your presentation, I see that you are managing over thousands of DSDs and co-lists, and so I'm just wondering, from your experience, like, do you have any experience or the tricks that you can share with us that based on the number of artifacts that you're managing, and have you ever encountered any performance issues, especially on the high dimensional data set? And so I just want to learn from your experience, like based on the scale of your data, and you can share something with us. Thank you.
Yeah, we faced challenges actually. Even if it's a data lake and big data based system we have created, but initially we faced some challenges on the performance, and we, the experts, because we have a partner with us, the vendor is there. So the experts came and solved the performance issues. And especially related to the data query engine fetching the data from Hive table, there was some performance issues which has been resolved. Now coming back to DSD design, we took a lot of time actually, because we created the team. We created 2 teams to distribute 100 data templates, and then we have done 2 rounds of review. It took almost 1 year to finalize all those DSDs. But it was quite challenging, as we have highlighted. I'll highlight a few challenges which you have faced. The challenges is the granularity, or you can say in the SDMX language, the dimension. So in one place, one department is collecting some data, another department collecting with more granularity. But when I sum it up, the data was not telling. So we gone to the regulated entity and all this. We found that there are valid reasons why it is not telling. Because the time point and other difference is there. So these things will take some more time to synchronize with our regulated entity and take some more actions, and then we'll be able to reduce to one of the element. We go to the more granularity with that dimension, and the other DSD will be able to derive it. So this was one of the things. Then, as Sudipto also said, there are some DSDs which are having number of dimensions. So we had to brainstorm and take a decision how to deal with that. Even today, there are some cases where we have 7 to 8 dimensions. So, and that we tried to reduce. Another challenge we have faced is the hierarchy in the code list. The code list, there are hierarchy we have put it. So when there is a more hierarchy, the visually when we fetch the dimensions and the code value in the data query screen, we face challenges. So we have stick to right now up to 7 dimensions, but most of the DSDs are having 3 or 4 maximum. But few, I think 10, 15 DSDs having little more dimensions. We are dealing with that and we are working on that. Thank you.
Please, a mic over there. I think hopefully we can squeeze 2 more questions.
All right, thank you. So, Raphael from the BS. I have one question for Harumi and Abdullah. You mentioned your wish of integrating VTL in some of the existing tool sets. I actually have 2 questions here. One is, how do you, from a strategic level, see VTL, combined with SDMX? Yeah, because in the past, VTL was pretty much outside. It's actually also not part of the standard. So maybe from your point, from a strategic point of view, yeah, how do you see VTL, developing, together with SDMX going forward, and what are your wishes? And the second question is, so very concretely, when you expose VTL to your data submitters, how do you want to do this? Through the tooling, or do you also define the rules which you then publish? So if you could just elaborate a little bit on this. And then I have a second quick question for Mohamed Ifan on the training courses. Which sources for training did you use, and can you recommend something for the audience here? What are good training courses, yeah, or sources, and maybe what should we improve in that domain? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Raphael. I think it's pretty straightforward. As far as we are concerned, VTL scripts should be treated in the same way as content constraints. Exactly the same way. Publish them at the registry, link them to the data structures, and when you validate your data sets, use the data structure definition to validate the structure, use the content constraints to validate relationship between the dimensions, and use VTL to validate the content. So I think it's really, really straightforward. This is how we see. We are not yet using VTL. We're very grateful to the Bank of Italy and BIS who approached us and offered to run a pilot on the validation of the SDG dataset. We take it very seriously, and we will definitely proceed with it. But for that pilot to grow into something real production implementation, we do need support of VTL in commonly used tools. Thank you.
So for us, I think we needed bit knowledge on, we still require the knowledge on SDMX, so SDMX is much needed. And then we feel that we need more training on Docker as well, so because to set up everything is much needed. So for us right now, I think it's the crucial elements in this project.
I'd like to thank the presenters for an excellent time management. Just before going to the break, if you can give them all a round of applause. It's a 15-minute break, so if we can reconvene at 10:45, please.
Francesco Rizzo. Can you please come to the stage? Thank you very much. This will be the second segment of our session on practical implementations of SDMX. In the first session, we focused a lot on sustainable development goals and implementation within national, regional, and global frameworks. This second session will present a series of presentations on the practical applications and challenges of implementing SDMX, a little more on the technical implementation aspects, some of the maintenance aspects that one has when migrating to fully compliant SDMX platforms, managing updates of structural definitions, and leveraging SDMX for computer-assisted translation. These presentations really are going to offer practical experiences and insights in various sectors, providing valuable perspectives on the SDMX implementation landscape. Our first presentation will come from David Baraclou, who needs no introduction, but I will anyway. He will be, his presentation on migrating to a fully SDMX compliant platform, what, why, and how. He is the Smart Data Practices Manager at the OECD with 30 years of IT system development experience. He leads the SDMX modeling team and is involved in maintaining statistical modernization models for business and technical architecture. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the introduction, Yves. So, okay, yeah, found the flicker. So yeah, my presentation will be on migrating to an SDMX compliant platform. So the context of our migration at the OECD is actually we're moving from a non-SDMX native system, which is called OECD DotStat, but it's our kind of old system. And we're moving to a fully compliant SDMX native platform, which is DotStat Suite, which has not got anything to do with the old system, by the way, even though the names are similar. But the points in this presentation, even though we're kind of basing it on our migration and the lessons learned, I mean, they should apply to generally to other migrations as well. That's what the presentation's about. So, what are the advantages in moving to a fully SDMX compliant platform? Well, SDMX has proven to be a great standard for disseminating aggregated statistical data. This is exactly what we want to do at the OECD. And just one of the points which has made it so good, especially recently, is the standardization of annotations. Okay, this is a content-oriented guideline that you can download. But the annotations, they can really drive the presentation of tables and other aspects of the dissemination platform. So that's been a huge addition, but of course there's other things as well. So SDMX, it's a really good base to build on because it's been implemented worldwide. It's future-proofed with SDMX 3, and it's got a really active SDMX community. Many tools exist, of course. We've already spoken about those, and they're all free or open source. Tried and tested methodology with the content-oriented guidelines that are always been added to and refreshed. And there's many users already skilled in SDMX. So then some factors of the migration that we really recommend you put in place. So first of all, the management should endorse the migration to secure top-down support, because without it, you'll struggle to get the buy-in from users. Without it, then you'll probably have to handle a lot of resistance to the migration, and may have to adapt the tool to what each subdomain wants, things like that. So really try to get upper management endorsement. Also, to decide the governance for structural metadata. I presented the structural metadata governance framework, so please use that for a reference and then decide the governance. It can always be changed later on if the first cut doesn't quite meet the migration as it goes on. And also, what we did at the OECD, we designed a project plan for the data managers for them to follow the migration from their side. Okay, and I'll show that later on. So the migration team itself that supports all of the data managers throughout the migration. So what do they need to know? Well, probably first and foremost, they really need to be experts on SDMX methodology, and how to model data. And they should know aspects of the content as well. They may not be content experts, but it really helps if they have some knowledge of account-based systems like national accounts. I guess this is my Achilles heel, but I have some members of my team who are really good at that. They should know the legacy, both the legacy and the target platforms to, obviously make the transition. The more institutional knowledge they have, the better. The more they understand the various directorates and who to talk to, the reporting lines. Have good communication skills because they need to present aspects of the migration, and also convince people that this is what to do and how to apply it. Be adaptable. Also develop methodology as the migration progresses, because you may have gaps in that, and be able to coach people as well. So then, what knowledge should the users have? Well, here we lent very heavily on the DotStat Academy, which we actually developed as the migration was going on. So the DotStat Academy, it's a series of courses. They're certification-based, so they're free. They're not actually restricted to DotStat Suite, so even if you're not using DotStat Suite, if you want to build SDMX knowledge, then of course you can use them. And they're also not restricted to the SysCC community. So, but Jonathan will talk much more about the Academy later on, so I'm not gonna steal his fire. So. Okay, so I'm certainly not going to go through the details of this, but just it's mainly to say that this is a very good, nay, essential thing to have. Almost like a one-pager, a project planner that you can always refer data managers to say, okay, from your side, this is how to approach the migration of your data sets. So, it's loosely based on GSBPM, where you have like the initiate phase, the design, the build, and then the disseminate phase. And you've got various milestones in here. such as the data managers should really do the essential training before we start the bilateral discussions with the migration team. I mean, that saves so much time and I guess money at the end of the day, because you know, they come to those first discussions with some knowledge of SDMX rather than having to go through it all with every single team. And this is when we use DotStat Academy for that. So tools for migration success, but this is an OECD example. So this is what we used. I mean, of course, you know, you may use other tools, but it's just an example. So, of course, DotStat Suite, this is what we're migrating to. Also, we used SDMX Matrix Generator. So this is a tool to create the models. It's Excel-based, so you know every statistician's favorite tool, or not, but you know they all use it. Yeah, so we've used it throughout the OECD. Like every team across domains have used it to create the to design their first cut of the models and create them in DotStat. We also use SharePoint for communication and the review and approval of shared code list, shared structural artifacts. We use GitLab as well for issue tracking, for sharing sharing the models, sharing the matrix generators with the models in them. But also, quite different, we use it for automating the data processing. Okay, so we have this system where the production systems don't have to change. They still put the data, when they create the data to disseminate, they still put it in exactly the same place and follow the same processes. But then we use the GitLab pipelines to pick that data up, transform it to the new structures using structure maps. This is when we use FMR, and put it into the new DotStat. So yeah, so I just mentioned FMR. We use FMR principally right now for authoring the maps, the structure maps and the representation maps, and doing the data transformation, because there's a data transformation engine in there, and it's really great. It's an essential part of our life cycle. And we use Python as well for scripting, lots of things for one-off tasks around the migration, and some automation. So this is our kind of core set of tools, I think, for the migration. We also use some others like the Power BI connector I showed you earlier on in the conference. So just on the collaboration and communication aspects of the migration, we have a community of practice, which has been really great to actually share knowledge with data managers, and mandate and promote the shared structural metadata, but also it's an essential part of the whole kind of review and approval workflow. We use Git repositories for collaboration on the structural models, you know, during the bilateral discussions. That's where we store the shared structural metadata like code lists and concepts and the best practices. So in the bilateral work with between the migration team and the data managers, I think I said it before, but I put it in red here because it's so important. Ensure that the managers have done the basic training before the bilateral discussions, okay? Because otherwise you'll be explaining to each and every data manager, you know, what SDMX is, and you really shouldn't have to do that. You just waste loads of time. And yeah, certification-based interactive training like DotStat Academy. Well, that's the answer. And then quality control. So ensure that the modeling rules are clear and accessible, and you know, mandated, communicated, etc. And before publication and finalization, both sides must agree. both the migration team and the data managers. Next to last slide. So keeping the data owners motivated during the migration. So, well, you can think of it like a carrot and a stick approach. So, hopefully the carrots before the stick. So the migration, I mean, it's a really massive opportunity to improve data and user experience for the organization. I mean, at the OECD, it's probably like the biggest audits that we've done on our structures for dissemination in the 20 years that I've been there. The DotStat Academy self-teaching with certification, it can actually be rewarding rather than just something that people are forced to do. I mean, people can put it on their CVs, right? The migration team should always be available for support, both technically and motivational, sending emails, reminding people. Regular communication is key. Posting fresh material on the COP site and having regular meetings. So that's the carrots, but then the stick. So, top-down support is essential when people are resistant to the migration. Deadlines as well. Okay, well, the old system's going to be shut down, so you've got to do it. And also to have an annual objective for all the data managers is very good as well. This is what we have. This is my last slide. I'm running out of time. So, when starting a migration, ensure that migration team is form trained and can commit. Identify the capacity building and insist on it. Structural metadata governance is really essential for the migration. Don't make shortcuts on SDMX, okay? Like, SDMX versioning is there for compatibility and to honor kind of data contracts, and end users, will thank you at the end of the day. Make effective use of maintenance agencies, communication plan, etc. So sorry, I'm out of time, but some lessons learned. If you can identify SDMX evangelists around the house, get them to kind of like spread the knowledge amongst their colleagues. It's a really good idea. Avoid giving bilateral basic training. Get them to do the training beforehand. Be ready to adapt and change things because your best practices may not fit from the start. Use Git and be prepared for sharp rise in demand on the migration team towards the end, nearing the deadline. And of course, some resistance to the migration because people will say, oh, everything just works already, so why change it? Well, yeah, be prepared for that. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. That was very comprehensive, and you might have even made it look a little scary. So I hope you'll be here Wednesday and Thursday for the capacity development sessions. Thank you very much.
Our next presentation, conveniently about migrating out of legacy systems, is by Mr. Francesco Rezzo. He has been extensively involved in SDMX activities and has contributed to various projects in the development of SDMX implementation practices, particularly in Eurostat and ESTAT. Please.
Thank you. First of all, I have to thank my colleagues from the dissemination department that contributed a lot to this presentation. Carlo is the coordinator of the team that migrated our systems, is over there. In this presentation, I tried to summarize different experiences that participated by ISTAT, mainly internally, but also with the other organizations when we provide support and within the frameworks of the cooperation projects. Here I put a list of cooperations that we had in the past and we have now that implements different use cases of SDMX. We had cooperation for support countries to report data to Eurostat, other countries that for support for the project SDDS Plus of IMF. And in the last months, we had some relationship with other organizations that are in the process of evaluating our tools, and some of them have already evaluated, as others are in the process. In this slide, I tried to summarize different scenarios that I collected. We tried to change the paradigm of the cooperation projects. Cooperation project in general, a country go there and help other countries to modernize their statistics. At the contrary, we harness this opportunity to collect feedbacks, suggestions, first of all, in order to improve our tools. And I synthesize these legacy scenarios. When I speak about legacy scenarios, I speak about not only legacy databases, but also I consider legacy scenarios, files, especially Excel and so on. And I tried to highlight 3 critical points. The output files from the production units that are the input for the dissemination, the reporting. The footnotes. Footnotes are a headache when you have to migrate from a legacy system to an SDMX one. And the third part is the legacy dissemination databases handled by staff inflexible towards technological changes. Here some figures that was an headache for us in migrating three main legacy systems. The corporate data warehouse, 2 billion of data points. The external trade data warehouse, 10 billion of data points. And the permanent population and household census, 700 million of data points. Why it is an headache? Because from an IT point of view, we had to guarantee performance. So we are improving continuously our tools in order to guarantee at least the performance of the legacy systems. In order to face better the migration, we created during the years, especially during the cooperation projects, a migration maturity model. Our migration maturity model use an up-down approach. First of all, we determined the distinct characteristics related to the drivers of the migration process, and we evaluate the weight of these drivers. And then we considered the maturity level related to complexities and main barriers, with the meaning that the higher the maturity, the higher will be the effort toward the change. The maturity model allowed us to identify accurately all the implementation steps, the needed budget and human resources, and finally the IT platform that could well accepted by the business and also could facilitate the conclusion of the migration process in due time. In the following slides, I will show you, I compared what happened in 2010 in ISTAT when we migrated more than 20 databases in one data warehouse, and now in 2022 when we had to migrate the system that I highlighted before, because for security, especially because are dated from a technological point of view and for security reasons. So we identified the drivers of the migration process in the maturity model. Top management modernization strategy, unexpected external factors, for example, new national or, for instance, European regulations, dedicated external funds in case of countries, developing countries, dated and not anymore supported technology, included the security aspect, and the weight of data users' opinions. And here you can see, I cannot have time to comment these slides, the difference of the maturity model applied in 2010 and in 2022. Then we identified the complexity of the main barriers. Time to select the IT solution, in-house against market solution, the content harmonization, in the case of SDMX, the data modeling of data structure definitions, change resistance, multi-format data dissemination, legacy system size, as I explained before, learning curve, and staff that can be involved, and a very important factor, the impact on the production unit systems. Very often production units doesn't have the IT and statistician resource to modify their output systems. This happened in 2022 because since 2010 till 2022, our production units modified their output systems in order to be compliant with the legacy databases. Now they don't want to modify nothing. So we will see that we absorbed everything in the tools. And finally, the deadlines very often can have a big impact. And here you can see the difference between the complexity barrier impacts in 2010 and 2022. Just to summarize the results of the maturity model, impact on the production units, performance, impact on the other dissemination system. This is very important because maybe there are the other dissemination systems that are not considered legacy, that are connected to the legacy systems. Maybe not through APIs, but directly to the databases. So if you switch off a legacy system, there is an impact on the other systems. And finally, the SDMX complexity. So we tried to enhance our SDMX toolkit. SDMX toolkit that we developed is a free and open source toolkit that in order to absorb the changes that the production units would have been called upon to fulfill, implement some features well appreciated in the legacy systems, ensure that the performance will be at least the same or better of the legacy systems, and finally provide a unique solution for both dissemination and reporting. And here, I don't have time to present in detail the toolkit. Some of you had the opportunity to see in action the toolkit during the side event on Sunday afternoon. But we recorded this event so everybody can review this event. And in order to support the sustainability of immigration, because immigration doesn't finish when you have migrated your data. The result must be sustainable in the middle term. And we implemented some specific feature, the transformation, because in order to solve the issue with the production units, they didn't change nothing to provide in providing their data, and this is transformed during the loading system, the loading process in the new platform. Mapping handler, because we have an SDMX compliant database, but the schema is based on local DSD. And we have to provide data to Eurostat, for example, or to be compliant with IMF SDDS Plus. So we need to map against data structure definition provided by international organization. And then, in order to solve some punctual issues, we included the plugin manager. So it's possible to develop plugins. For example, we developed the plugin that as interpret of some rules to transform Excel in a CSV file. And we included and increased the data browse caching. Furthermore, other two very interesting features will be under developing in pipeline development by IFDB that they decided to adopt this toolkit. This is processing features. That processing features means aggregation and derivation, the possibility to create other indicators starting from formulas applied to existing indicators. And is lower because it is necessary for African countries in this case to hide the complexity of SDMX. They want to reuse what they are using before in the Open Data Portal, Excel templates that creates everything, I mean, the result of a data model, a specific data model, modeling phase in SDMX. Lesson learned. Before starting immigration, a maturity model should be considered in order to identify clearly the inescapable constraints. A migration process is a long-running activity. It is not sufficient planning the migration as such, but the short and the mid-period must be strongly considered and planned in order to succeed to switch off the legacy systems. Otherwise, your burden is double, maintain the new platform and the legacy system. And the implementation of a new SDMX architecture add more complexity and barriers due to you need new capabilities, for example, data modelers, and you have to reduce the bias concerning that SDMX is too difficult. So you have to convince also your colleagues about this. Collaboration, so change experience, capacity building action, and suitable tools are fundamental in order to achieve successful migration from legacy systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francesco. We have time for one question. One question.
Thank you, Francesco. Marco Marini from IMF. So this is, excellent experience. Of course, we see you're implementing the system in a variety of organizations, and so we are at the IMF also. We do this work with countries, and sometimes what we find is that it's sort of, say, easy to implement, but then difficult for the countries to maintain the system. So, yeah, what's your experience? Once the systems are implemented, with countries, are they able then to maintain it themselves? And if you have any advice, again, for countries in terms of skills needed in order for them to be able to, keep going and make sure that, the system is running.
Yeah, you have two main factors to take in consideration. Capacity building is a key aspect. And it is not sufficient just one training, two training, but for a period capacity building must be the must. We had experienced with, for example, INS in Tunisia or North Republic of Macedonia, where we provided a lot of trainings before. Concerning North Republic of Macedonia, that is part of the SDDS Plus, now they are completely autonomously. When they have to include new indicators, new data categories, they can do autonomously. But they need tools easy to use, easy to maintain. This is a very important factor. We collected more than 700 feedbacks during trainings, cooperation projects, and we learn a lot. Because when tools are developed by experts, very often are not usable. Tools must be driven by the business, and especially business that has a lot of issues in modernizing their systems. These are the two main key factors.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm excited about this next presentation, Pacific Data Hub, Store Once, Publish Many, which is a technique we use quite a bit at UNICEF as well. Dennis Groffies advises on statistical process modernization at the SPC, that's in Noumea, focusing on implementing an SDMX-powered DotStat statistical database as part of the Pacific Data Hub initiative. He brings a wealth of experience in optimizing information production processes for data-driven policymaking.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I'll briefly present how we work at the Pacific community in the context of the Pacific Data Hub to disseminate statistics relying on SDMX and the DotStat suite. So the Pacific Data Hub is a program that started 4 years ago, aiming to improve access to data and documents about the Pacific. There are some deliverables about capacity building and things like that, but there are mainly 4 web applications that are made available publicly. There is the data catalog, that is a CCAN data catalog registering information resources about the Pacific, information and resources available on other components of the Pacific Data Hub. So we have the Pacific Map, that is a GIS application allowing to display data on maps in the Pacific. We have Pacific Data.stat, that is the statistical database that we use for the Pacific Data Hub, and we have the microdata library, that is another catalog documenting censuses and surveys from our member countries. So there are, of course, links between these components. The catalog registers entries from the 3 other applications. Microdata library is produced to create statistics, disseminated on DotStat, and also visible on the Pacific Map application. So the project here, DotStat, in the context of the Pacific Data Hub, is focused on dissemination, but broad question on other steps of the process, a bit upstream and downstream of really the publication on the dissemination database. So in our process, the first thing we do is to specify output products using SDMX metadata, so data structure definitions and data flows to specify the output tables we want in the end on DotStat. Once this is done, we use the metadata to generate data collection templates in Excel and database tables. We will use along the process. The Excel template allows collecting the data, but also validating, so performing a structural validation, comparing with the currently published version of the data, and also publishing an internal or external version of our DotStat dissemination platform. So this is done by colleagues in the stats division or in other divisions of SPC, or by the central DotStat team at the stats division. So there's some processing that is implemented also. Some simple operations to derive indicators, such as currency conversions or combination of tables to create per capita values, for example. There's also an automatic storage of revision history in the database that is behind DotStat. But these tables and mechanisms are derived from the metadata. And finally, on the dissemination step, data goes on DotStat, and from there is available on a wide range of channels, which is something I will show a bit more in details in the rest of the presentation. So we distinguish different types of users. So we have different channels for data dissemination that are targeted to different types of users. So we consider 4 main groups. We have what we call the basic user. That is the user that will want to get the most common tables immediately in some clicks, like population tables or very, very basic and common tables that should be immediately available. The advanced user will want perhaps to tailor a bit more the filters, the layouts of the data, and do things like that. Then we have our statisticians and data scientists that will perhaps want to download the full tables and perform their own analysis using specific software. And then the IT and web colleagues and users will want to access directly the data to embed the data in their own applications. So for different users, different channels, we have the DotStat Data Explorer, that is a graphical user interface allowing to navigate the data, also to filter, reshape, export, and do a series of things in a user-friendly way. We have a series of plugins for Excel, Power BI. It was mentioned sometimes during the conference. Also Python, R, Stata. So this way analysts can access the data directly from the database, and then we have this API access to the data directly through the SDMX REST API. So in this diagram, what I would like to show is that once data is published on DotStat, it's available in many different ways. So we have data accessible through the Data Explorer, where it is accessible through the graphical user interface, also downloadable in Excel or CSV, filtered or with the whole table. You have some features to share data by email, and you can get API links from the Data Explorer to the structure of the data. You also have access to plugins for Office applications, Excel and Power BI. Mainly, but also statistical applications such as R, Python, or Stata. We also have plugins for web content management systems, for WordPress and Drupal we use. Then there are other Pacific Data applications such as the data catalog, where we have an automatic registration of data flows, and some custom packages also. And then finally, we can also view the map on the Pacific Map application from the Pacific Data. So that illustrates the publish once, reuse many times a principle, where once data is on .stat, in Pacific Data, it's accessible in many other places. So there I'll illustrate some, just show some illustration of how we use this in practice at the Pacific community. So this is the website of the stats division, where we have, you see some little widgets displaying some key figures on the website. This is relatively common. It's plugged directly on .stat and displays .stat data live. We also have this population pyramid there, also fetching data directly from our .stat database. So this is a Drupal plugin. We have the website is connected to .stat. We have also our COVID page. At the time, we had to produce this type of page on 2 websites, where you see we have maps, tables, charts that are connected also directly to the .stat database. Power BI dashboards, we have a series of them. You see disability, trade, and population dashboards, connected also, of course, to .stat and reflecting the latest version of the data. And something a bit different is a series of PDF reports, 22 reports for our 22 Pacific Island countries and territories. We are asked to refresh that once a year, and it's also collecting data from .stat using Panda SDMX. And that is the CCAN entry for .stat content, where SDMX metadata is mapped to the CCAN schema to register entries, for example, for geographical coverage or things like that. So all content from .stat is automatically registered on the CCAN data catalog with some metadata collected from SDMX. So to conclude on the benefits of using SDMX and working this way for dissemination, It's that processes are efficient because we can reuse content and be, to some extent, metadata driven in the way of working for generating templates, database, and things like that. And also there's a strong point on interoperability where the common semantic building blocks are reused for different products, enabling easy linking of data published on the PDH. So thank you, this is all for my presentation.
Thank you, Denis. And we do have some time for questions from the audience. I'm not seeing an immediate question, so I have one for you. You've really implemented a number of tools across the life cycle, and what do you think is the most difficult part of the data life cycle to address when you're building SDMX tool sets?
Yes, for me, something that is really not strongly supported now is workflow management and processing, because here we really have structures for data in static situations, but really to how to say, support workflow management and processing. Yes, there's VTL, but it's not, I think it's not really mainstream in terms of the way it's supported by software. And I think workflow management is really something that is tricky.
Thank you. And we have a question here from the audience.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Alessandro Bonara from the European Central Bank. I have a very specific question. You mentioned a few tools that you used in producing your dissemination website. And one in particular was Drupal. We've been using also Drupal for our internal ECB data portal or external ECB data portal. And I was wondering whether you had some experiences in dealing with performance issues with that, whether it was integration was seamless, and whether you consider it let's say, a solid basis for building dissemination platforms as a content management tool.
Yes, thank you. To my knowledge, we didn't have performance issues with Drupal plugins. So there's some work at the Stats division on developing plugins. There are two things that were a bit that needed to be developed. Is the interface with SDMX JSON format that is not usable as is usually for visualization components, and then the way to configure them. That was a bit also, I think the topic of the hackathon is to have a way of specifying the visualizations and the way things need to be rendered in a non-IT way as far as possible. Yes, we didn't have issues with that. We are developing plugins are available publicly. The one we developed, we're in a second phase now where we develop a sort of new version of it with some components to translate SDMX JSON to formats that are usable by mainstream visualization libraries. But no, we didn't encounter issues to my knowledge regarding performance.
Gentleman over here in the center back. And while we're bringing him the microphone, I just wanted to mention right behind you is Daniele Olivotti, who has done several Drupal integrations with SDMX. You might want to quiz him.
Thank you for this interesting presentation on Pacific Data Hub. I'm curious to know the relation between the hub and data collecting from countries. Did you face some challenges in making that hub? What are the main challenges you face with countries on that? Because if you want to have good data, you need to have good relation with countries. So what were the main challenges? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. It's really an important point because yes, as a regional organization, we mostly redisseminate data from countries. There are different sort of things, but we collect data from national statistical organizations, national central banks to redisseminate on the Pacific Data Hub. And yes, there's some challenges in terms of modernizing the data exchange process because we have data exchange that is made in legacy formats and all sorts of non-standardized ways, and the initiative is to try to normalize a bit that and to standardize based on common data structures that are defined using SDMX, and well, it's relatively common, but it's still a challenge in our region sometimes. And yes, then also come the question of efficiency of data exchange is also a way sometimes of guaranteeing or improving consistency, of course, of data that is disseminated on national level and on the Pacific data, because sometimes if there's a lag between the data publication on national and on international channels, it can cause issues in terms of consistency. But so the main challenge is about by standardizing data delivery from countries and also in empowering countries in performing themselves the validation, the structural validations and things like that, because of course it's something that is well known for perhaps longer in other contexts or in other parts of the world, but this validation issue sometimes can be very time consuming if you have to get back to the provider and iterate like that. So I think the challenge is really relatively common. It's about standardizing exchange and trying to make a validation efficient by pushing it upstream as far as possible in the data delivery.
Thank you, Denny. Let's move on to our next presentation.
I'd like to welcome Federica Marcon, a data scientist, a data science analyst with a background in quantitative economics at the ECB, please.
Hello, everybody. I'm here to present, also on behalf of my colleagues, how we are currently managing the frequent updates of the European system of central banks SDMX structural definitions, and the efforts that we are currently making in order to automatize and make these changes more efficient using SDMX tools. Basically at ECB, our team is responsible for the maintenance of the data structure definition. So our job is mainly creating new DSDs for new datasets and adding codes to existing code lists. So basically this maintenance work of the code list part of the DSD requested by data producers. And we are also harmonizing this DSD between the different environments that we are maintaining, that are the test environment, the acceptance environment, and the production environments. Our structural metadata are the DSD for the data cubes, so the dimension plus the attributes and the code list for each attribute. This DSD maintenance process is a very well-established process, so it's done since almost 25 years and is continuously evolving. So the main evolutions that took place recently were in the IT architecture and among system components, and one of the main one was the introduction of the Fusion registry. The process is pretty complex, so you can see here a kind of visualization of what we do. But the main challenges of this process are given by the fact that we are using different tools and we are using different components in order to do this update. So we are, to summarize it, the first step is an update in the Fusion registry, and then we are downloading from the Fusion registry a file in different formats in order to upload this file in our statistical data production system and in the Oracle databases that are beyond our data warehouse. Moreover, we have other, let's say, steps that are mainly related to the ESCB Fusion registry. So we are also updating this content for national central banks and maintaining the documentation on the historical changes in our DSD. So this is requiring an extensive training for the colleagues involved, in particular for newcomers. The Fusion Registry, that is the main actor of this process, is the golden copy of the ESCB metadata for macrostatistics. And currently we are using the structural metadata management feature of the registry in order to manage the metadata update. The registry actually is offering different ways for the update of the structural definitions. So the manual update using the graphical interface and let's say a web interface update using uploading a file that we're also currently using. And it's also possible to update the registry via the API that is not used yet and is the way that we are taking with our automation tool. So here you can see a quick demo, kind of a demo of how it is, the manual update of a code list in the Fusion Registry. So we are selecting the code list, we are editing the code list manually, and then the changes are implemented in the registry. Also, we currently have some smaller automated pipeline, for example, for bulk changes for code lists that are more difficult to maintain currently in Python, but this was, let's say, not enough, and we wanted to have like a more structured solution in order to manage with one unique tool all the steps involved in the process. So we have been through a kind of thinking phase of reviewing all the steps involved to see what could be optimized, what could be abandoned, what can be standardized and simplify, and how also to implement some additional quality control, since the Fusion Registry is now at ECB becoming more and more important also as a tool for using the statistical data production system, the new one. So the idea was to have a single entry point approach, so one centralized tool in order to manage all the steps. And currently the tool that is a prototype that we are testing is covering the download and upload of the structural metadata from the Fusion Registry, the load of the changes in the statistical data warehouse of ECB, the update of other systems that are relying on the structural metadata. So currently it is, for example, the current data production system, and the archive of the changes and also the archive of the same changes in a human readable format, since when we do this structural update we also inform with a newsletter our data producers at ECB. So here you see how the tool looks like. So we have the basically graphical user interface looks like that, and we have the possibility to switch between the two instances of the Fusion Registry, so the acceptance and the production one, and the task that we want to work on, so the maintenance of the code list or a quality check on the current content of the registry. So you see here the wizard, so basically you can select the agency, select the code list, add the new code with a copy and paste, and you can also delete codes and then run the job to actually do the update. So the same with the code list maintenance, you can see here another part of the graphical user interface, so selecting the target environment, select the update mode, what we want to do, like the full update or the merge, so full substitution or an incremental update, and how to run the job. We also have this new feature of quality checks, especially for the synchronization between environments. So we are checking that all the codes, the code list, and the dimension of the DSD are having the same maintenance agency. So this is helping us a lot, because since now we were not able to do this in a, let's say, centralized way. How was the technical implementation of the tool done on our side? So Python was the language that was chosen for the implementation, since it's very popular and there is a lot of documentation online on how to better use it. For the user interface, we have been using WX Python for the prototype of the GUI. And then we use the Panda SDMX module in order to fetch the content of the registry via the API and parse the file that are received. We have also other models that are custom-built models that are used for the other part of the DSD update maintenance, so to work on Linux and to work with our basically Word document in our content management system at ECB. We also use custom-built Python module for basically the upload of the DSD to the Fusion registry after the changes are done, and to consume irregular metadata structure for the agency hierarchy. So this is a bit related to how specifically we are maintaining the agency hierarchy at ECB. This is the process of updating the registry very briefly. So we are using SDMX pandas in order to fetch all the DSD from the Fusion registry. So all the DSD are downloaded, and then is selected the DSD that we need to change. The changes are written in the DSD, and then the custom-built module is reloading in the Fusion registry the updated DSD with the changes. And you can find on the links the documentation, additional documentation that were used in order to develop this part of the tool. So that's it from my side. So we were very eager to learn and to use SDMX tools in order to build this prototype of automated tool. And of course, if you are interested and you would like to know more about the code, even if some parts of the code are, of course, very ECB specific, but if you are interested, you can contact us and we can give you additional information and, of course, share the code with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Federica. We have time for a couple of questions. I'll ask my own question then. All right. I think it's a fantastic job that you're doing. It's very important to have a streamlined and easy to use solution for your users to maintain, to well maintain. Let's say it's the structural definitions, but it's also, let's say, the core of the system are the users themselves. So what are you doing to promote the best practices and the required knowledge and culture among the users while they're updating the metadata?
So the tool is mainly for our team. So our team is responsible for this maintenance, and so we are the only user of the tool. But I would say that through the years, since the business areas and the data producer at ECB are asking more and more frequently these updates, we are kind of trying to make also the data producer more SDMX, let's say, aware users. So we are giving them some additional information of how basically the DSD is maintained on our side, what is expected from their side, what is, some guidelines on how to give us these codes and so on. And also, I would say that the business areas were very collaborative. For example, in case of that I was mentioning before, of these bulk downloads of new codes for code lists that are a bit bigger and more difficult to maintain. For example, financial market data related DSDs. We are collaborating with the business areas in order to do some small pipelines in Python. For example, they give us an Excel file and we transform it a bit in order to make it digestible for the Fusion registry ingestion. So let's say that we are not giving specifically training to the users on SDMX, but we are trying to make the users more aware of what is SDMX, and how all the work of SDMX maintenance is done in our team.
Thank you so much. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Federica. We're actually on to our last presentation, and then we'll let you go off to lunch. I'm excited about this next one since multilinguality is baked into the SDMX standard, always been one of its strengths. Abdullah Godzalov, a statistician at the UNSD, specializes in SDMX and has spearheaded capacity development projects with national statistical offices. He's a focal point for SDMX at UNSD and leads the working group for SDMX on SDG indicators. He will be presenting using SDMX to efficiently manage computer-assisted translation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Yves. It's my pleasure to make this presentation on behalf of our friend and colleague Jennifer Park, who unfortunately could not be here today, as well as the team, including Brock Fanning and myself and Harumi Salazar, as well as Kevin Bush, Welkema, and Matthias Reister in New York. So, why do we need to translate statistical metadata? Well, in SDMX, the answer may not be so obvious because almost everything is in English. But if we really want to support the national statistical offices, we do need to translate metadata and other materials into national languages, because it really makes a difference in how well you can support national statistical offices, how well you can engage with the public, and of course, the user feedback facilitated by the translation helps improve accuracy. And in the case of Sustainable Development Goals, which is a program that touches practically everyone on this planet, the translations were requested by countries. So what are the challenges? Well, the metadata, structural and reference, it can be quite large and complex, and just reference metadata alone for the 231 SDG indicators runs into 259 reference metadata files, because some of the indicators can have several sub-indicators, each with its own reference metadata set. They are very rich documents, technical language, tables, charts, graphs, maps, you name it. And they are routinely updated. We update, when you have 259 reference metadata files, it's a safe bet that a large number of them will be updated every year. Now, traditional translation methods, of course, are costly, but I think what is often overlooked is that what really is costly is not the translation, but the maintenance of translation. Because for a one-time exercise, it's usually feasible to find a source of funding to complete translation. But to have a multi-year commitment of maintaining the translations of these reference metadata files, it's something which can be extremely difficult. Now, let's be clear, what we're talking about is not computer translation, but computer-assisted translation. It's not automatic translation, but automated translation. So what happens here is that the software helps humans translate the reference materials. And human expert is key. Human expert is the one who oversees the process and verifies the accuracy. And of course, we have a variety of translation services out there. Well, we all know about the APIs. Google Translate, I think everybody uses once in a while, but there are others as well from Microsoft and others. The problem is that the API, how does it work? It's a transaction. You submit a request, you get back the result, and then it forgets all about you. But how to use the API to organize the files, the processes, the translators, that is a significant additional effort. And so this is where a variety of technologies, including SDMX, which is at the heart of it, help a lot. So why SDMX? I think it's pretty easy. SDMX structures for structural and reference metadata are very well defined. They are far easier to automate, far easier to write, to create processing tools than loose, unstructured text, which is why SDMX is really, crucial ingredient to automated translation. The source materials, be it SDMX or source documents, is submitted to a development platform such as GitHub or GitLab, where the scripts are stored that automate the process. And from there, the crucial component here is that the materials are submitted not directly to a translation API, but to a translation platform such as Weblead, which helps manage and organize the process and, crucially, maintain a vocabulary of terminology, which I'll talk about a little bit later. The process is overseen by the human translator. It's controlled and overseen by the translator, who can initiate the submission of documents and oversee the result, make corrections, and save them back. And of course, the human reviewer helps verify the accuracy, and it's another pair of eyes on the translated material. So, I've already touched upon the role of computer-assisted translation platforms such as Weblead and Transifex. They provide an interface for translators. They're web-based, they're translator-friendly, which we have had plenty of chance to verify. It's user-friendly even for really non-technical people. Helps maintain versioning, which in the SDMX world we do know quite a bit about. And of course, it easily connects to third-party translation services such as Google or Microsoft. Human translator, again, key role, ensure the accuracy and consistency of computer translation. Human translators are selected from those who have a deep knowledge of the subject area. Often translation software offers several options, and it's up to the human reviewer to select the best choice and edit it as necessary. And again, the preferred translation can be saved into a Weblead dictionary or vocabulary. This is one of the key features of the process, in my view, because as a translator or a team of translators work on the source materials, they compile a list of it's not even a dictionary, because it's not a translation of a single word. It's also a translation of stable phrases and stable terms, whether they consist of a single word or multiple words. As this vocabulary is accumulated, translation becomes higher and higher quality and requires less and less effort. This is, I think, a crucial role, a crucial feature of web translation platforms. Human reviewers, of course, it's another pair of eyes on the translations, and they verify they provide quality control, but also they oversee the process, such as identifying the languages, selecting human translators, and managing the process. So, how did it start? I think that actually this presentation could easily have been run in yesterday's session on partnership and cooperation. It started with the World Bank project on evaluating the feasibility of computer-assisted translations. And it started with translating the source, original, Word documents containing SDG reference metadata. So with the ECOSTAT Trust, funded by the ECOSTAT Trust Fund, the World Bank worked with Rostat and UNEC, and the results proved very promising. The results found, the method was found to be low cost, easy to use, and reduced translation time by 35% or more. So all the tier 1 indicators, I won't go into what this, but this is a very large group of SDG indicators, was translated into Russian, and Statistics Canada, ECLAC, and Inter-American Development Bank collaborated with the World Bank for translation into other languages. And human translators, as I mentioned, found the method easy to use, and even non-technical people could use it with little or no training. And at that point, when the pilot was near completion, UNSD and the World Bank joined forces, because UNSD has its own project on establishing reference metadata exchange and dissemination for SDG indicators, and we quickly realized that our projects are closely aligned. So all it took is we adapted the software not to translate the Word files directly, but to structure them slightly and to retrieve the Word documents, convert them into a rich text format, which was then packaged into SDMX ML. This is what the authoring tool does. And once you have your metadata in SDMX ML, of course, it's easy to publish them. Well, not as easy as it should be, because there's no supporting tools, but still not terribly difficult to develop an API for your reference metadata. So the conversion of Word into SDMX ML is facilitated by a library that converts rich text into HTML. This process is not very easy or straightforward, because there are certain limitations, there are certain things that are proprietary or poorly documented in Word, and which are difficult to convert into HTML. So we did impose some restrictions on the kind of content that could be provided in reference metadata files. For example, if you have an image with built-in text labels built into the image, they can't be translated. So the project now, what it does is it harvests all tier 1 and tier 2 machine SDG reference metadata sets from the API, which is publicly available, and our team explores interest in other target languages. French reference metadata translation has been completed with the assistance of Stats Canada. Spanish is in progress. Russian is currently on pause. And that's it. What I would just like to mention some of additional points. One is that I think this project is one of the very few successful reference metadata exchange projects which use SDMX or otherwise. I think the project proved that this is feasible. The project proved that this is highly valuable, highly useful, and it becomes more useful and more valuable every day as we get more and more software tools that can facilitate the translation. But in order to facilitate translation, you need the source. Reference metadata is not just a text document. It lives in a context, it is attached to data, it links to other documents, and this is where SDMX, which is a rigorously structured format, becomes crucial. And finally, our experience on this project, as we already mentioned today, it led to, it was a major input into the development of reference metadata for SDMX 3.0. That's it, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Abdullah. I think we could probably take one question from the audience. I think you were first.
Thank you. Very quickly, Abdullah, thank you very much for this presentation. Have you considered use of generative AI tools for this translation? You know, that you mentioned software. What about using ChatGPT or BAR for doing this translation?
Well, this project started way before ChatGPT became available, so we haven't experimented with ChatGPT yet, or rather with ChatGPT API. I would think that ChatGPT, I would expect it to increase. I mean, we will see it. It probably can do quite a few things. It can increase quality, but it can also simplify the conversion of the transformation of reference metadata from source word documents into structured SDMX ML files. This is something that we need to explore. Yeah. I mean, again, as I keep saying, SDMX features a lot of, I mean, when you work with SDMX, there are a lot of conversions and transformations. And I think that services such as ChatGPT could really play a role. I think it could be a really great fit into the processing chain.
Thank you, Abdullah. And back to my co-chair, Ayman, to close the session.
Thank you. Thank you, Yves. I've personally enjoyed this set of presentations to their organic flow, starting with migration to SDMX, getting out of legacy systems, managing frequent changes, and finally maximizing the benefits of a modern SDMX platform through automating metadata translation. On behalf of myself and my co-chair, Yves, I'd like to thank our distinguished speakers and this esteemed audience for their attention and positive interactions. I hope you enjoy lunch and wish you a productive session afterwards. Thank you.
So, welcome everybody to the afternoon session. Before we start with the session, just two administrative points. So, one regarding tomorrow's social event, the visit to the National Museum. The plan is that we meet at 4:30. So not 5 o'clock, as I said before, but 4:30. We meet at 4:30 outside of the hotel entrance. There will be a bus and we will go together. At the moment we have roughly 50 people interested in this, so it's a good size. So 4:30 tomorrow, 4:30. Now the second thing is we checked how many people are really joining the beginners capacity training, and the good news is that we have some room also for those who have subscribed but are still on the waiting list. So I encourage everybody who's interested in the beginners capacity training to basically go there tomorrow, join. Just make sure that if you have a laptop, all the software is installed. Again, SDMX.io booth will help you on this. All right, thank you very much. And with this, I will hand over to Nadia to open the first session. Thank you.
Good afternoon to the participants of the 9th SDMX Global Conference. My name is Nadezhda Vlachova, working as the Deputy Head of Unit of IT Solutions for Statistical Production within Eurostat and member of the SDMX DWG. I would like to thank the organizing committee and our host for this successful event, and we'll have the pleasure to share one of very interesting session which will give us highlights on what is going on around SDMX, both from technical perspective presented by the SDMX DWG and methodological and content perspective presented by the SDMX SWG. We'll also hear some insights on the adoption of SDMX within international organizations and usage of SDMX tools. And we'll conclude this session with the very valuable work that has been conducted by the SDMX SWG in the context of harmonization and modeling of SDMX. So with this, would like to give the floor to our first presenter, who in his capacity of the most recent chair of SDMX TWG and serving 2 consecutive terms, will give us an update on the work that is ongoing under the Technical Working Group. This, Edgardo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nadia. Here I am again. By the way, I haven't seen my picture before. I don't understand because I see the picture of everybody and everybody looks young and nice and they look ugly, so I can't imagine how you see me in real. But okay. Well, the idea is to give you a quick report on what we have done in the last 2 years, since the last conference in the TWG. First of all, the TWG, for those that are not familiar with the governance structure of the SDMX initiative, is a technical body that under the Secretariat deals with the technical aspects of the creation and maintenance of the standard. It's composed of a certain number of members, 25 members, coming from the sponsors, other international organizations, National Technical Office, and in general, any institution producing statistics, and also individual members that contribute to the development of the sponsors of the standard are of course welcome, and will need people. So please, if you are interested in SDMX, approach any of the members of the Secretariat or the TWG, and you are more than welcome to join. We need really brains to help us in the development of the standard. So I will give you a quick report of what we are doing, because what we have done, I think that is well known by everybody. And in 2021, we released SDMX 3.0. And after that, we have been working in basically let's say, two tracks. On one side, cleaning some things that could have been not totally finished when we released SDMX 3.0. There were a lot of comments in the public review that have been addressed since then, and also developing some other features that were for some reason left behind for the release of 3.0. And one of these, more than a feature, is a product, I will say, of the SDMX initiative, is the Technology Compatibility Kit, or better known as TCK. The TCK is Nadia's baby, and with the help of a big group, of course, of colleagues. But it's a tool for test the level of compatibility of a web service with the specification of SDMX. And today we have a version that is released from the technical point of view and not yet available for the public, but soon, very soon, and supports SDMX 2.1 and the API version 1.4. But of course, the SDMX is a dynamic product, a dynamic standard, and this is already needed to be upgraded to SDMX 3.0, and this is what the group has been working since the release of SDMX 3.0. And well, you can see there the structured metadata test is under test, and the part of the data is being developed. So we hope that soon we will have a full SDMX 3.0 support. But anyway, it has been decided that the version that supports SDMX 2.1 is going to be made available for the public. So the package is being finalized, and if you are interested, you can access the GitHub repository of the TWG, where all the information, including the source code, is available. But soon we want to have it published in sdmx.org and in sdmx.io as soon as it is released. The second work stream is VTL. VTL is, you have already seen the presentation yesterday, is a product that was born in the TWG, and now is still under the TWG from the, let's say, governance or institutional point of view, but let me say that it's a standard in itself that has complete technical autonomy, and the idea is, again, invite people that is interested in the language to join the VTL task force. There's no need to know SDMX to be a VTL expert. On the contrary, from the very beginning, VTL has been designed as a technology agnostic or technology neutral product, so it's not a product just for SDMX. Of course, that is SDMX compatible 100%, but it is meant to be, can be used with any other type of information. VTL 2.0 was released in 2018. Then there was an impasse during the years that we were developing SDMX 3.0, because most of the members of the VTL task force are also members of the TWG or SWG. This is why we need more people to be working in VTL specifically. And now they are working in a new version that will be probably, or without probably, the aim is to publish it for public review by the end of the year, and that will be VTL 2.1, which include some new operators, especially date management operators. That was something that was lacking in the version 2.0, plus some bug fixing and minor changes. And what is very important is that the VTL task force is now working very hard in providing a better format for the documentation that will be available with the new release. For the future, There are plans for also releasing a technology compatibility kit, but for the language. So there will be in the future a tool to test how compatible is your VTL engine. And also there are several collaboration initiatives that you have been seeing the presentation. Another work stream of the TWG that is complete now is the action operators. What are action operators? Well, basically is a set of instructions for the data web service in order to allow you to manage data, because we had the ability of managing structured metadata, substituting artifacts, versioning, etc., but with data, because the data sets are not identifiable artifacts in SDMX, it's difficult to manage, it was difficult to manage. So now there is a comprehensive and coherent set of operators that has been revised and improved so that you can now manage data with these instructions and combined with HTTP action verbs. That is ready, and actually it was internally released in May, but the idea is that will be part of an official package that will be released. We still don't know as SDMX 3.1 or in which format, but soon there will be news. Other work stream has to do with presentation layer metadata. You know that currently we have the guidelines on annotations for managing the presentation of information, but the idea is that this is very important, and there have been several requests and agreements that is better to include some, if not all, of these operations in the standard itself, in order to be able, for example, of validate it, something that with annotations is not possible. So this is work in progress. There are so far 2 alternatives that are being discussed in the TWG, and well, we have a physical meeting in December that we hope that we will decide which is the best option, and then will be finalized. Probably the biggest challenge in the current times for the TWG is the definition of the SDMX Global Discovery Service. The idea of the SGDS, the name has changed because in the beginning was GDP, but it looks like it's not a good acronym. It was the Global Discovery Portal, but now it's SDMX Global Discovery Service. The idea is to ensure the uniqueness of SDMX artifacts, starting by the agency that produced, but the scope has been growing also to include entry points, and I mean, perhaps it's a bit too much what I will say, but take it with responsibility. But it is something like the DNS service in the internet. But don't repeat that because it might be an exaggeration. But the idea is that there will be a global service that will allow you to discover who produced the artifacts under this agency and where to find them. And not only artifacts, but also data. So that is what is being developed. At this moment, there is a proof of concept that is taking place, and in the near future, the different task forces that the technical working group is organizing task forces with people that work on formats, people that work on the information model, etc. Well, the whole, let's say, prototype or the whole proposal will be divided into these task forces for their final implementation. And in principle, that's all. Just to remind you, we need people, so please approach any of us, and you will be you will get a lot of fun and rewarding work. Not money, but a lot of rewarding work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edgardo, for this very interesting presentation, which proves that the work around SDMX never stops, and extending again the message that we're looking for new members who to contribute to the technical development under SDMX. Would like to open the floor for questions. We have a couple of minutes. If there are any questions from the audience, please.
Eric Anwar from OECD. Thanks for the presentation, Edgardo. Just on the last slide that you presented, I just wanted to check whether this is matching what Arafan introduced as a requirement for SDMX to be fully FAIR compliant. So this is the global addressability of SDMX data and metadata, or it's something else. And so if it's not, then do you see global addressability as also being part of the next steps of TWG?
Thank you for the question, Eric. I think it's part of it because what this will ensure is the discoverability of the artifact. However, I cannot say something to review that SDMX URN are necessarily universal URLs or URIs. That would be the requirement to be fully FAIR compatible. That means that if you take any artifact, you are able to query for that and you find it in the internet. The idea is, in the beginning, I would say not so. The scope is a bit narrow because the scope of the SGDS is inside the SDMX ecosystem, that you catch any artifact, you are able to discover where is the entry point of this agency, both for querying for structural metadata, reference metadata, or data. So this is the scope of the work so far. I don't know if Stratos, that has been working hard on that, wants to complement. Oh, you have it in the same table, so. Anything to add? No? Okay. But I think that is related to the possibility of being fair.
Thank you, Edgardo. We have one more question.
Thank you, Edgardo. Danny Ghaffari from UNEP. Just a very quick question about the timeline of the implementation or of the launch of the presentation layer metadata. Any idea or any about the implementation, the launch, and thank you.
That's a good question. Well, first, and it's not because I want to avoid the answer, but I am leaving the chairmanship of the TWG, so giving any timeline would be compromising my successor. So I will refrain from giving any date. But of all what I have presented, I think that is what is in the earlier stage, although seems to be something simpler, and this is a personal opinion, than, for example, the discovery service. So during next year, I don't know, I'm looking at Stratos, Matt, if it's somewhere that are the persons that are working, but yeah, I would say it's not something for the end of the year, and I hope that should not be something that goes beyond 2024.
Thank you, Edgardo, and looking forward to the two proposals related to that issue and the ongoing discussion around them. So with this, Thank you very much for your contributions and questions to Edgardo, and good luck in your new role under the SDMX Secretariat. And would like to give the floor to David Baracloth, who will present us the updates around the SDMX standard from content perspective as chair of the SDMX SWG.
So thank you. I'm here again. This is my last presentation. I'm sure that you'll all be very happy. Spent so much time up here. Okay. So this will be a fairly short presentation. I think I'll just go through the work plan of the SWG, but just starting with some kind of modalities and just a brief overview of like where the SWG and perhaps the TWG sits within the SDMX standards governance. So, you know, we can see here that both the SWG, where the big red arrow is pointing to, and the TWG on the other side, we report to the SDMX Secretariat. And you know, and above that is the SDMX sponsors. So the SWG, what we're responsible for making proposals on are things like the SDMX glossary, the code lists, the statistical subject matter domain list, and the guidelines, cross-domain concepts, things like that. Whereas the TWG, obviously, you know, they're responsible for the technical standards and everything that entails. So our members of the SWG, we have membership from, at my last count, it's 4 central banks and 4 NSOs. So you know, between those is quite a good balance. 5 sponsor organizations and 2 or 3 other agencies. But just as Edgardo said, you know, we're open for new members as well. So please, you know, feel free to offer your services to the SWG. It's very rewarding work. Our mode of operation, we have monthly virtual meetings, an annual physical meeting. We run sprints as well on certain subjects, like the unit of measure group, which my colleague Yavuz will present the work on. This is a specific sprint, you know, reporting to the SWG. In terms of references at that link there, but we also do quite a bit of joint work with the technical working group. Some past examples, you know, on the SDMX glossary, the modeling guidelines, but there's quite a few pieces of work there. Also, something that came from the FAIR initiative was that we were asked what the licensing terms were for the the artifacts that the SWG are responsible for. And we said, yeah, you know, they're free, they're open, you can reuse them. But there was nothing actually formal, you know, describing that. We didn't have a specific license. So that was pretty good. We took a license, an appropriate license, and we attributed that to the content, you know, that the SDMX SWG maintain. You know, this is on the website on sdmx.org. So yeah, basically, you know, cross-domain code lists and the concepts like other standards can reuse that content. That's absolutely fine. So, you know, DDI can use SDMX code lists. Wow. So just into the work plan, we're working on a unit of measure guidelines. So as I said, you know, this is a specific working group made up of several agencies. Yavuz will explain all that work. For COICOP 2018 as well, now it's actually been finalized by the UN, where we're adding this to the existing revision. So this will be available as a code list, hopefully very, very shortly, a cross-domain code list available from SDMX.org. We're working on a vintages guidelines. I mean, there's already a guideline along those lines, but this is to make it a little bit more clearer that, you know, this is how you do vintages in SDMX, something that's been requested quite a bit. We're almost done with a revision of the guidelines for creation and management of SDMX code lists. This is a really core document, actually, that's kind of referenced and used like all over the place, because this is the document that says when you're coding, what should be the notation for like coding ranges, you know, and you know how to build codes basically in SDMX. So, you know, this is referred to a lot. So the new additions will be on how to use what is it called? My mind's just gone blank. But you know, the things in the SDGs where you use the kind of customized concepts, things like that. Also, ontologies for SDMX. This is something that we're looking at. So this will build on work done by Franck Coton. Laura Vignola, you know, maybe she's already been in contact with you, Franck, but if not, I think she will be, you know, to see how to progress with this work, and we should have it in some kind of a guideline. Logical data modeling in SDMX. This was something that was proposed by Daniel Serragni. So you know, this will go on, and we should have a proposal soon. We're also working on a guideline for hierarchical code lists. So hierarchies are used all over the place in code lists, but we haven't got anything, you know, saying, you know, what are the best practices, you know, exactly how to do them. I mean, there's at least 2 ways to do them in SDMX. So, you know, this guideline should help implementers. The process and governance of cross-domain artifacts translations. So this is enabling kind of machine translations and then, you know, human translations, you know, on top of that from the concept-oriented guidelines and the cross-domain artifacts. I mean, at the moment, I don't know if you've noticed, but everything is stored in like Word and PDF files, so it doesn't lend itself very much to kind of machine translations. So yeah, it's starting with a format that's that feeds into machine translations as a good start, and then you know, we'll see where we go. This is something I'm discussing with Stratos and the BIS. Revision of the versioning guidelines. Absolutely needed for SDMX3 because everything is changing. So yeah, I think that this will be a joint work with the TWG. And microdata guidelines. So microdata, we've had several presentations on it here. We don't have anything in the SDMX concept-oriented guidelines on microdata, I don't think, even though there's been several presentations over the years about it. Now we've got SDMX3, we can do microdata, we need guidelines. So these are the contacts if you wish to contact the SWG, you know, if you want to, if you have a use case for a new guideline or just want to ask a question, if you want to make a case for, you know, building a new guideline, then please feel free to contact us. And there's also the SDMX user forum that you know, lots of people have been posting on. You can put ideas for work there as well. So yeah, please do that. And yeah, well, thank you for your attention, and that concludes my presentation on the SWG. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David, for showing us this impressive list of items that the SDMX SWG is currently working on. We'll have some time for questions. Please.
Thank you. So my name is Kamel from Africa Development Bank. David, you presented a very interesting work plan in terms of guidelines. My question is, do you have like a timeline just to see the releases and when it will be available, like for example, for license, updated guidelines, etc.? Thank you.
So, sorry, could you just repeat the question again? Did you say you have a timeline?
Timeline, yes.
The timeline is usually as soon as possible, when you know, when people can be engaged on you know, and finalize things, because it's like it's, you know, I think it's like the TWG. It's not people's kind of like you know, day jobs. It's en plus. But something like the code list guideline. This is imminent. I mean, it's almost finished. The unit of measure guidelines. I said, you know, Yavuz will present it, but this will go into public review, we expect, in December. Okay. And then other things like, you know, COICOP, we've already made a proposal to the Secretariat, which we've got to kind of revise. We've got, you know, several people asking for that, so there's certain things driving that. So yeah, but is there any particular thing that you actually need before the others? Do you have a priority for something in particular? Because that can help us actually, you know, drive the work. So, okay, well, maybe we can speak after, you know, if there's something that you really need. So thanks.
Thank you, David. Any further questions for David? If not, I would like to present our next presenters from the BIS, who will present to us how SDMX is going to be integrated in the data value chain and what is the present and the future of the SDMX tools. For this, we have Biljana Bogdanova and Brian Buffett from the BIS. Biljana has worked in the monitoring economic department of the Bank for International Settlements since December 2009, and she oversees the statistical production of various BIS data sets, for example, the property prices, credit and debt security statistics, and is actively engaged in several statistical modernization initiatives. She is a member of the SDMX Statistical Working Group and the SDMX Macroeconomic Ownership Group. And Brian, you had the pleasure to see him yesterday in the context of SDMX IO initiative by the BIS. So, Brian, Biljana.
Thank you. No, the clicker. Oh, thank you. That's okay. Thank you for the introductions. Pleasure to be here presenting to you again this afternoon. This title really is a mouthful. What we're going to be presenting is the results of a survey that we've done of central banks over the course of this past year and related to SDMX tools and usage in the banks. So for those banks either in the room or online who actually participated in the survey, either in the creation of it as part of the working group or in responding to it, thank you very much. Really appreciate it, because it was a really heavy lift, and we know it took a lot of resources for you to provide us with the responses, and again, very much appreciated. So this survey was building upon a 2016 report from the use of SDMX by central banks, and it was by the IFC the Irving Fisher Committee. It's a mouthful. And it was to assess the state of SDMX adoption as well as the use of SDMX tools within the central banking community. So there's the IFC members at the time of running the survey with 97. It's now bumped up to 102. So I guess they're doing great work. And the unit of analysis is the central banks. So it's an organizational level survey. So the questionnaire was developed by a working group of 7 organizations, all geographically distributed, so really good representation globally. And the survey ran from March to August of 2023. The focus of the survey was on 4 dimensions, both from an organizational perspective and then looking across the statistical domains to see where within the central banks the SDMX was being adopted. And then throughout the statistical value chain, which processes were being used for SDMX. And then again, which tools were being used in those processes and a breakdown between open source, commercial, and in-house tools. So for the organizations, we're looking at sophistication, adoption, and then tools in use. The statistical domain level, we're looking at implementation by domain, the tools being used by domain, and then gaps in learning materials. Whereas for processes, we're looking at the perception of relevance of SDMX to that process in the organization, and then level of knowledge in the use of SDMX, again, for that process. And we map those two together, against each other. And then again, by process, tools used, need for new tools, and gaps in learning materials. So we're just trying to see if there's where the barriers were. On the tool side, understanding primary use cases, were they being met, or what would be the primary use cases that are unmet, and to drive some new feature development in tools. Level of satisfaction with tools, limited just to the OSS tools for that particular case. And then strengths and weaknesses, areas for improvement, and documentation and resources. So the majority of the in-depth tools questions were oriented only towards open source. We did not dig into any of that for commercial and in-house developed tools. So the key takeaways from the survey, and we'll touch on a lot more at the end, is 80% of respondents, central banks, are using or implementing SDMX, which is a really great response rate, usage rate. The key barriers that we saw for adoption are still related to internal tools and lack of resources. And not surprisingly, I think given the coverage of SDMX 3.0 and tools, 2.1 is the predominantly used version of the standard. And when you see where SDMX is used in the processes, it also is clear that it's very much demand-driven as to reporting is the highest. Sorry, I'm going to steal this from you. So reporting is the highest use case process, and it's what the receiving organization is demanding as far as SDMX versioning, which is determining the version in use in most cases. And along the value chain, SDMX is most relevant for reporting, but also is for data production, which is nice to see. Overall satisfaction was not great, but it was good with the tools. And the tools most used across the 3 areas of open source, commercial, and in-house are actually open source, which is also nice to see. But the strange thing is that there's a vast number of tools in use, but very few in use by more than just a couple of organizations. In many cases, only by one organization. So that easily raises some questions. And the main barrier of using open source tools is cybersecurity. And this isn't implying that it's a barrier. It's implying that there are no other barriers except for cybersecurity, and that to adopt an open source tool, it just has to go through a cybersecurity clearance process or vetting process. And the nice thing about that is if you are actually considering the use of open source tools, you can rely on the fact that these tools have all been vetted by 80% of respondent central banks and represent, therefore, a very high degree of reliability and trust from a cybersecurity perspective, because otherwise the banks wouldn't use them at all. Response rate is 54%, distributed very nicely geographically, so we're happy with both the response rate as well as with the geographic distribution, feel that the results really will provide us and are providing us with a great global perspective on the central banking situation in regards to SDMX adoption and use. And now over to my colleague, Biliana.
Let me share some insights on the usage of SDMX, as Bryant already mentioned, and you can see on this slide, around 80% of central banks are using or implementing SDMX. Around 13% are evaluating or planning to use SDMX. If we look at the geographical distribution, we see that actually around 90% of central banks in Europe are using SDMX, around 65% in Americas, a much lower share in Africa, and around 60% in Asia. What about the versions? We heard as well over the past few days about SDMX 3.0. There is still very limited usage of SDMX 3.0 based on the responses of IFC member central banks. The predominantly used version is 2.1 with around 60% of respondent central banks. However, it is good to see that actually quite a few central banks are actually planning to migrate to 3.0 within the next 2 years or in 3+ years, so in the near term. Why central banks, you may ask, are not using SDMX? And as Brian mentioned, one of the main barriers to SDMX adoption is the need to adapt internal tools to support SDMX, but also what we've seen in the previous days and mentioned by some of you, the lack of resources. This is also in line, by the way, with the previous IFC survey, which was run in 2015, and the results were published in 2016 report by the PAS. However, if we zoom in and get a closer look at the tools and aggregate across the categories, you see that actually central banks perceive that there is a lack of support for SDMX in open source tools, but also a lack of support for SDMX in commercial tools. So altogether, lack of support and the need to adapt tools seem to be really one of the main barriers. What are the main barriers to adopt SDMX 3.0? Again, the picture is very similar. Lack of resources, also the need to adapt internal tools, and the lack of support for SDMX in open source tools. As well, a few respondents, as you can see, mentioned the lack of SDMX 3.0 in terms of learning materials. Important question that the survey asked, and this slide summarizes at organization level, and probably very close to the hearts of many of you today in the room, is about the relevance of SDMX. And actually we see that for around 60% of respondent central banks, SDMX is extremely relevant or relevant. And some 15% of respondent central banks find SDMX somewhat relevant. However, in this matrix, we see that there is also a knowledge gap in the top right corner. What about SDMX relevant throughout the statistical value chain? In previous presentations, and we all know how what efficiency gains SDMX can bring if integrated throughout the full statistical value chain. Not a surprising result is that one of SDMX is most relevant for reporting to other organizations. However, it is quite important with about 60% of respondent central banks for data production, and around 50% of respondent central banks find SDMX extremely relevant or very relevant for data modeling. Satisfaction with tools. Of course, when we administered the survey, it was important to assess user satisfaction with SDMX tools. And we see that around 55% of central banks are very satisfied or satisfied with SDMX tool. The average score on a scale to 5 is around 2.75 based on these preliminary findings. SDMX tools by type, the most used tools are open source tools or open source libraries, as you may see, with 51%. Around 36% of central banks use in-house developed tools, and only 13% use commercial tools. And the picture actually is quite consistent if we also look at the geographical distribution, with roughly a 50% share across Africa, Americas, Asia, and Europe. As Brian mentioned, and there is a vast majority of tools being currently used by central banks. Within the open source SDMX tools, the top 3 most used tools by central banks are SDMX Converter, SDMX Source, and the Fusion Metadata Registry. And if we look at in the space of tools developed by commercial vendors, the mostly used tool is Technology Fusion Statistics. However, what we also see in this visualization, and what Brian mentioned earlier, stealing my show, is that many of those tools are used by only a few respondents, or even by only one institution responding to the survey. What are the barriers to open source tools? The top barrier to the adoption of open source tools is the need for cybersecurity to approve the use of open source tools. Around 19% of central banks also mentioned that policies require that the source code must be provided. And last but not least, with 8% of central banks face policies which forbid the use of open source tools. So what are the key takeaways for the future? This survey of IFC member central banks provided very useful and valuable feedback on the usage of SDMX and SDMX tools. So what's next? I think what's next is how to transfer those insights and results into action. There are encouraging results. We saw that 80% of respondent central banks are implementing or using SDMX, and this is an increase compared to the previous survey in 2015. And there is also scope for further and potential expansion, with 13% of respondent central banks evaluating or planning to implement SDMX. However, there is a knowledge gap, and we were pleased to see that there are so many great initiatives, DotStat Academy, SDMX.io, and many showed to us in previous presentations, even regional activities for capacity building. We believe that providing learning initiatives to close this gap will be essential looking ahead. Survey also shows that tools are not keeping up with the standard, and there is a perceived lack of support for 3.0 by central banks. It is important, looking ahead, to also address the barriers to adoption and use of open source tools. We have also seen some great and excellent example of partnership and cooperation yesterday, and we do believe that continued strong cooperation and collaboration within the SDMX community to support SDMX in tools through the full value chain will be really essential to empower the data community. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Biljana. And Brian will have time just for one very quick question, if there is any. If not, may I ask Biljana and Brian, what in your view will be the very quick wins that we can achieve in order to improve the usability or the usage of the standard within the organizations? 1, 2 examples in your view.
We saw from the survey results that there is quite a high share of in-house tools being used by central banks, and we saw as well some examples in the presentations over the past 2.5 days. A potential, maybe not so quick win would be to actually consider to make some of those in-house tools open source. this could be one quick win. Brian?
Thanks for the question. I would agree that I think there's been a lot of great things shown over the past couple of days, and one of the items I believe which would really help with adoption is to actually turn some of that into practical step-by-step use cases, and bringing tools together so that you can actually see how to integrate them and then how to implement them to actually achieve something of relevance to the business. And that doesn't have to be a big lift. I mean, people are already doing it. It's really just a matter of taking the time to document it and make it available to the community.
Thank you very much. You have another question, Edgardo?
Yeah, I just want to do a suggestion. I think that it could be interesting to extend the same questionnaire to the NSOs and try to have a more comprehensive situation or more comprehensive view of the situation of the use of tools in the whole community. So I think that if you can share the questionnaire, we can use at least the list of registered participants in the global conference and we will have an interesting sample of institutions, National Statistical Office and other institutions, official institutions that could answer, hopefully.
So the survey will actually be, so this is all leading into a publication, so this will be published in a report in early 2024, and the survey would actually be made available as part of that as an annex, and we can make it available in digital form too to make life a little bit easier. So that's not an issue whatsoever. I'm not sure what the response rate will be though. You're going to need to engage the community and because it's a heavy survey.
David?
Thanks for the presentation. So I'm wondering actually if the list of tools on SDMX.org actually captures all of the tools that are out there, okay, because it may well be that there are tools that have been developed that that are used and that could actually be like reused, in the community, but they're just not being kind of promoted. Maybe they haven't even got a license, because they're kind of used in-house, but they could actually be shared, along the community. So, maybe it's a kind of question for everyone as well, that, if you have such a tool that you'd like to share with the community and have listed on sdmx.org.tools, then, please let us know. And, we can kind of discuss adding it to sdmx.org.tools as long as we have the, the details. Well, that's my comment, but I just wondered if you want to comment on that as well, if you actually got that information, from the survey. So.
No, I think it's a great point, and I don't think there's any real reference right now of a full list of open source tools, because even many tools are shared just bilaterally between organizations. So we didn't constrain the list for anybody. We said, here's the SDMX.org list as a point of reference, but if you're using any open source tool, tell us what it is and whether you're happy with it or not. And so it was completely open from that perspective. But as far as people making their tools available to the community via SDMX.io, SDMX.org, what have you, I think that, yeah, absolutely, it's a fantastic idea, and that's what we've been promoting, this entire conference. So, yes.
Yeah, I guess, I guess one way of making the tool kind of known to the community is on the SDMX user forum. I mean, maybe, that would be the way, or if somebody wants to suggest another way, but I think it's important, if these tools are being built and they wish to be shared, then, there's a means of actually, sharing them. So.
Thank you very much for this interesting discussion. And definitely there are ideas for future work that need to be explored. We're moving towards the last item of today's session, which will be presented by Yavuz Kuban from the OECD. The work that they are conducting in the context of modeling and harmonization of the unit of measure. Yavuz is a metadata modeler at the OECD since beginning of 2022, mainly responsible for the migration of the OECD legacy application to the SDMX native DotStat suite open source data dissemination platform. He's also assisting and providing guidelines to the OECD data managers in terms of data modeling and best practices. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Hello, everyone. Today I'm going to present the draft unit of measure SDMX guideline. Actually, based on the inputs from the SDMX Statistical Working Group and then the SDMX community, Statistical Working Group has already assigned one technical working group to work on drafting unit of measure guideline for the SDMX community. Stefan Creative from the StatCan chairing this technical working group, and we have this Zlatina Hofmeister from the European Central Bank, and Yuri Yomai, Anastasia Samsonova, and me representing the OECD, especially the cases we face it with the OECD's DotStat suite migration plans. As you know, when comparing statistical data indicators, accurate and consistent unit of measures are crucial for the meaningful analysis. Unit of measures, these are not properly assigned, will cause actually the very bad interpretation in terms of by the end users. Data consumers could be unintentionally forced to read referential metadata or the methodological calculations in the background regardless of their expertise level. The table representation in the slide is actually coming from the income distribution area. This is our legacy application. The data manager defined the measure Palmer ratio, and unit of measure is the ratio. But to be honest, it's quite challenging to understand what is the difference between the 1.3 ratio, 1.1 ratio, and definitely someone from the really core expertise area need to go to the referential metadata. Even sometimes referential metadata is not enough. They need to dig into the actual methodology and then try to see what will be how they can interpret properly this kind of figures. We believe that in the OECD migration plan, this is also a good opportunity to try to clean all this kind of problematic modeling exercise. In order to do this kind of organization, we need a well-structured guidelines as well as the cross-domain code list, which will be try to solve most of the problems actually in terms of the data visualization. Our base analysis actually started with the exploring characteristics of the existing unit of measure code list across the global DSTs. Those are actually created especially for the data exchange programs, but also once we try to get some inspiration from this global DST, especially for the dissemination plans, we realize that there are some inconsistencies in terms of the used codes and labels as well. And this will be also another problematic for the standardization if someone trying to see the different interpretation between the DSTs, that will be also problematic issues for them. In the guidelines, actually, we're starting with the recognized international standards for the unit of measures. Of course, we need to make sure that our unit of measure guidelines are properly aligned with this existing unit of measure guidelines, as we are going to create a cross-domain code list for the unit of measure, and we would like to make sure that someone from the science or engineering or academia, if they would like to see the common approach or the methodology, we need to provide the similar information. There shouldn't be any kind of inconsistency between the existing proposals. The actual problem is the existing standards gives a lot, but partly there are some missing areas like units of measure for the economic values, counting, and numericity. We aim that the unit of measure guidelines, SDMX unit of measure guidelines, also will be consistent subsidiary specifically for these areas. The main question is how do we align with this existing classification, existing guidelines? The simple answer is to applying the dimensional analysis and systematic derivation of the new unit of measures for the statistical indicators. In this slide, we basically trying to show the structure of the draft guideline. In most of the cases, we are trying to follow the best practices for the modeling and managing the units of measures. Guideline is actually starting with the introduction with the international standards for the units of measure, and we are trying to apply one or three examples with the dimensional analysis to identify actual units of measure. This part is actually the core of the draft guideline, and then will be more insightful for the most of the data modelers actually. Units of measure related concepts and their default representation is also another part, and you can ask what is the related concepts actually. For us, the prices, unit multiplier, and then the base period, this kind of related concept with the unit of measure, and they should be aligned with the unit of measure representation. Actually, technical working group tried to identify type of possible units of measures and try to propose some coding and labeling convention for the possible items in the unit of measures. We have different types like a scientific, itemizable, currencies, derivatives, and most interesting part is actually the percentages. For the scientific items, for the scientific types unit of measures, we propose to use the agreed scientific codes. And for itemizables or currencies, try to use the 2 or 4 character shortened codes, and always use underscore as a separator. And also for the percentages parts, we have kind of a convention which start directly with the PT underscore code of the actual measure and then the relevant breakdowns. For example, in this example, if you are really trying to measure or your metric is the percentage of population in the same age, the convention should be something like a PT underscore the measure you are trying to do, you are trying to measure something relevant with the population, and then the relevant breakdown is actually the age. This work is going in attached technical working group. You are very welcome for the initial comments and recommendations as well. In December 2023, it's actually we foresee an official release of the guidelines for public consultation process through SDMX.org. In spring in 2024, if everything goes well, the aim is actually to finalize and make an official guideline for the SDMX community, as well as the comprehensive and advisory documentation for the data modelers. And yeah, it will be also really nice time also for the data modelers to get this kind of guidelines as well as code lists. Of course, for the code list side, we are planning to provide some rules for the customizations, and that's it from my side. Thank you for the listening.
Thank you very much, Yavuz. We have approximately a minute for questions from the audience. I believe that your presentation was very much appreciated from everybody dealing with data modeling, and they're happy to hear, yes please, that the work will be soon finalized and use the benefits of it. While we're waiting for the microphone.
Thank you. Jean-Luc Plagneau from Eurostat. Thank you for presenting this comprehensive work on the unit of measure. But I wanted to ask, after the unit of measure, do you see any other potential candidate who could follow the same work, the same process for harmonization?
You mean in addition to the unit of measure,
yes.
other areas like
yes.
harmonization? As I said, we are in the middle of the process for the trying to harmonize OECD's legacy application, and we have a migration to the new DotStat suite. So far as I see, there are some methodological differences in terms of the different areas actually, and there will be some kind of new concepts and new code lists, maybe the methodology type or some additional calculation which will be also applied for the different areas, and then that will be also another option for us to consider as well.
Maybe David, if you want to complement.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. If I may just chip in as well, you know, as the SWG, because we handle all kinds of code lists. So the unit of measure proposal, I think, will encompass actually several concepts and code lists, you know, that are related to unit. So this will be part of the public review. So, you know, please, you know, look for that. We'll announce it on sdmx.org and LinkedIn and the user forum. So, you know, please participate in that. I think another thing which you kind of hinted at, Yavuz, was that I think that the unit of measure code list, it's meant as a kind of reference code list, right? Because to be very hard to have a single code list for like every single unit of measure and derivation, you know, in the world that's needed at a single point in time. So yeah, it's meant as a kind of reference code list with these kind of with a guideline of how to like extend it, you know, in a kind of meaningful, a kind of a helpful way, you know, without everybody trying to guess how to do that. So. I mean, I hope that helps answer the question, but if you do have requests for new code lists that you wish to be harmonized and you see a case for, you know, making this a cross-domain code list, I mean, this goes for anyone, then please, you know, put it on the user forum and the SWG will see it and we'll see how to take it forward. So, thank you.
With this, we approach the end of the session. Would like to thank our presenters and the audience for all the questions that you had and the fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Conference. So it's my pleasure to co-chair this session. I think you have seen me already, and you still remember the introductions done this morning, and of course, you know Jonathan very well. So let's spare time and not introduce each other now. And so in this session, we'll talk about capacity building, and we have we'll hear from 3 large capacity building providers. But in the meantime, let's have a look. Let's start with our presentation and have a look at what's going on in the capacity building world. So, capacity building in SDMX, what's it like? Who provides it? Well, it is provided by various SDMX sponsors agencies, including, of course, the organization I have the honor to represent, the United Nations, but also all the other sponsor agencies, one way or the other. The ILO, the IMF, European Central Bank, Eurostat, OECD, European Central Bank I have already said, the World Bank and the IMF. But this is not limited to the sponsor agencies. The development banks have been very active, as you will see today. UN regional commissions, some of whom are here in this room, have also provided a lot of capacity building by themselves and jointly with UNSD and other organizations. And national organizations, including the Italian Statistical Office, have also been very active in this area. Some of our organizations have the luxury of running regular training programs. Others provide capacity building as specific projects. And the global events, including in particular the SDMX Global Conference, are also known to provide capacity building. What has changed from the last conference we held in person in 2019 and today is, of course, that e-learning and online learning are far more of a priority and a focus than before. So let's first talk about in-person and online training. Eurostat has the most extensive training program, which they run various courses: SDMX Basics, SDMX Reference Infrastructure, SDMX Converter, Euro SDMX Registry, which they organize every year, which they run several times a year. And these are online courses led by an instructor. The ILO provides SDMX training in SDMX for labor statistics. IMF has done extensive training in the EGDS standard and related standards. And UNSD regularly runs training on SDMX for SDG indicators jointly with partners including ESCWA, ECA, the Asian Development Bank, African Development Bank, and others. But let's not talk about SDMX e-learning courses. The Asian Development Bank led the initiative to create an SDMX Foundation e-learning course in cooperation with partners including the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, ESCWA, Statistical Institute for Asia and Pacific, SIAP, and GNSD. And ADB and the SDMX Secretariat also provided their comments. If you have no exposure to SDMX, I strongly recommend this training course. And I also strongly recommend that you share this information with your colleagues. It's available to anyone, and it's available on a permanent basis. UNSD led the development of the training on SDMX for SDG indicators with cooperation of the SDMX and huge support of the SDMX SDG Working Group. It's also available, and if you plan to establish SDMX data exchange or dissemination for SDG indicators, you're most welcome to take this course. I think that you have heard and seen SDMX I/O many times during these 3 days. And as part of SDMX, e-learning courses are provided, including structural modeling for statisticians, SDMX structural modeling, data conversion, and you can also view recorded webinars on Fusion Metadata Registry as well as on data collection using FMR. SASCC DotStat Academy. You've seen DotStat Academy today, I believe. It does provide an increasing, a number of e-learning courses, and more are constantly added. So again, you are strongly encouraged to take a look at these courses, but I think that Jonathan will talk about them in more detail. Finally, there are quite a number of things in the pipeline. Creating and applying mappings, which I can't wait to see, because mapping data with SDMX is one of the most important components of establishing SDMX data exchange and dissemination. SDMX reference metadata modeling, it's about time, because the M in SDMX has been missing for almost 20 years. Disseminating data with an end, and optimizing end user experience. All of these courses are very useful. The BIS is planning to release essential SDMX and FMR, template-driven data collection, and finally decoding data using SDMX standard and FMR. Once again, very, very useful courses. We will hear from the Asian Development Bank about its e-learning course on SDMX IT tools, which I think is a breakthrough, because this is a really complex, very useful topic, which can give the trainees hands-on skills in most useful and some of the most widely used tools. And there are also plans to develop domain-specific e-learning courses on national accounts, on international trade, and others. However, those of you who are staying for the next 2 days will have a chance to enjoy capacity building in person provided as part of this conference. The basic track, if you're taking the beginner's track of our capacity building exercise, you will get the general knowledge about SDMX. You will understand how to model a statistical data set and how to publish it for dissemination. So I think that you will find this training very, very useful. And even if you have taken basic SDMX training already, you might want it, but you want to refresh your knowledge, I think that you will find it quite useful as well. Advanced capacity building is, if you have already taken basic training and if you are confident in what you're doing, then probably the basic course is not for you, but you can take the advanced capacity building track to learn about what the others are doing, to learn about the application of various applications of SDMX, and to learn what else you can do with SDMX that you're not doing already. The advanced capacity building will also include an Ask an SDMX expert session. This is sort of a live SDMX user forum where you can ask questions and get answers from SDMX experts, most of whom are in this room today. And finally, SDMX user forum has been mentioned several times already, and I would like to bring your attention to it again. This is something that has been missing in the SDMX world for years, a site where you can receive support, share knowledge, and receive knowledge. So finally, it's up and running. It was launched, well, very late last year, and you are all most welcome to register and use it. And if you aren't registered, then what are you doing here? Anyone who is in this room should sign up for the SDMX user forum. If you don't, you'll be missing out on news, on developments, on events. So please do. You're most welcome to sign up. And with that, I hand over to Jonathan, and I hope that the time remaining was my time, not his time.
I think it was some of my time as well, but we'll let you have that. So yes, thank you, Abdullah. So I'm Jonathan Challoner from the OECD, the Community Manager for the SACC, which you've heard about a few times. As part of the Secretariat, we have a SDMX Roadmap 2025, and one component of that is about capacity building, very important. You've heard it a number of times being discussed. So we have a number of activities that are ongoing, a training inventory that's being produced and will go online, hopefully in a not too distant future. We're working behind the scenes on that, collecting the information. As you can see, all those courses, they will be available in one place, easy to find. We want to also reach out to other partners or organizations that are organizing trainings as well and gather that intel to store that in one place. So further questionnaires and canvassing of that, and carrying out a SWOT analysis, so understanding like what the current situation is from you, and the community as a whole, and to identify potential areas of improvement and areas where we should focus our efforts when we think about capacity building. So why? Well, we want to build on successes that we've seen the user forum. It's been quite successful. We want to build on these types of activities to really sort of extend beyond that. We want to also, as Abdullah said, there's many of the experts in the room here, so we want to be better at leveraging that expertise as a collective and increase that sort of network effect. And also, you can see many activities going on there, so we want to better coordinate this effort and bring these together and better efficient use of our resources. So, I mentioned that we want to do a SWOT. We want to understand the current strengths around SDMX training. We want to understand the current weaknesses. We want to understand where there's potential opportunities, maybe to work together, or opportunities where we should expand. We also want to understand the challenges. So if you have personal experience in this, or you have ideas, then we'd like to hear from you in this. And in the next 20 minutes, we would like you to fill in a SWOT while the presentations are going on, listen to them, hear about them, and think about these four sort of SWOT parameters. Complete this, and at the end of this session, we will present the preliminary results so you can actually see what this is completely anonymous, so please be short and concise in your responses. Fill this in, and it will be a sort of initial findings that we will present. We will do some more analysis, and we will carry out this again and again until we get a complete picture of the situation. So here is the QR. Here's the URL. Please, I invite you, I'll leave this on screen for a moment so you can take it. Please take this, go here. I hope you can access it. Please, someone give me a thumbs up. Yep, I can see a thumbs up. Great. So please obviously listen to the presenters because they're very good talks that are coming up, but please carry this out. Back to Abdullah.
Thank you, Jonathan. So now we will discover some of the capacity building initiatives underway today. And without further ado, let me bring our friend Jonathan back to stage. Jonathan doesn't need any introduction.
Thank you, Abdullah. So that was a short sit down. So I want to talk about, you heard a bit about the DotStat Academy, and I want to talk about how this is sort of lowering the entry barrier to SDMX for data producers. I think you know who we are with the SACC, this group of organizations, but we launched over a year ago this initiative, which is the DotStat Academy, under this community umbrella, an investment by the community where we saw a need and a gap. So it's not something we thought up overnight. We actually spent quite some time going through the process of understanding the method and applying this. We invested a lot of time engaging experts to do the sort of background work to build this, around building learning paths, so supporting capacity building in DotStat Suite. We understood to adopt DotStat Suite, which is an XDMX native tool, required a sort of capacity, not for the tooling, but really the data modeling aspect of it. So if you want to do data modeling really well, we know you have to invest in the capacity. The learning experience, of course, should be engaging. You can't just put PowerPoints or videos online and think this is going to be enough. You want to actually engage and interact with your users when you're training, and learners learn in different ways, so they respond to different sort of materials. So this is very important to do this. So our material online is very interactive through quizzes and problem solving. And of course, when you need an objective, so when people learn, they have a goal. And what is that goal? They need to understand where they want to go. And this is about gearing sort of paths and learning levels to design a journey for them to understand where they want to reach. The learning resources we've designed to be sensitive, so it's very important to think about your users all the time and optimize these in the way that you provide different learning resources, as I said. On the DotStat Academy, we have webinars, courses, showcases, but also documentation, and it's expanding continuously. It's built on a solid methodology, so this is Bloom's taxonomy. If anyone's in learning development, you'll know this. So it's about teaching, learning, and assessment. It's really, these are the core three principles of this, but there's these 6 sort of levels here, as you can see, from remembering through to creating, and it's really a good taxonomy to apply to a sort of learning and development tool like the DotStat Academy. I mentioned the learning levels, so we start at the awareness, so when someone's understanding and just becoming aware of the subject matter or the tooling. Typically this is a 3 to 4 hour sort of learning window where they will be certified at the end of it and then move on to the next. So then we have materials around foundation, and then you become a practitioner, so you want to put in practice. And then beyond that, you have experts or masters who actually become the teachers themselves. And you can see here on the left, actually, this is something we're launching very soon in the Academy, which are these badges. When you reach these levels, you will have a badge applied to your profile. I mentioned the certificate, so it's very important that you actually have something at the end to say, well, I actually achieved this course. And at the end of the actual capacity building on the next 2 days, we will have a certificate as well for those who are staying for that. It's not just about providing learning material, it's actually building a community. So it's having a dialogue and continuous feedback loop between the experts or the trainers and the learners. So it's tapping into that knowledge of experts and allowing them to sort of apply that in a different way than they may have been used to, in a different method, to be able to engage and be engaging in that. But also, ultimately, in learning development, you're sort of, the golden egg is the retention. So you're producing it, you want retention of that information. And to do that, we're building this community of learners as well, and the techniques we're using in this sort of continuous cycle. We're growing, so as I said, we launched in beta around a year or so ago. We're continuously growing. We see spikes in our registration, but it's a continuous growth every month. We have around 560 registered users. We have around, obviously multiple people enrolled in multiple courses. We've reached around 530, I haven't checked the latest numbers, but I'm sure it's more than that, 535 certified learners. And we've reached around 133 countries worldwide that are actually interacting on our platform, which is great, from everywhere you can imagine. If we break that down a little bit more, you can understand where our users are coming from. Of course, David presented about the OECD migration, and we have a large population of statisticians, economists, and data analysts who are also on the platform and taking advantage of this. So it's not just our own organization, but it's the wider one. So you can see here from international organizations, and this goes back to about the capacity building needs, actually. I mean, it's not, it's not just the small countries, small NSOs that need this. Actually, it's the whole spectrum of organizations and capacity. International organizations are quite high here, so you can see that there is a need to train and a desire to train actually at that level. Central banks, we have a number of those. We have national governments, of course, including NSOs. And others like commercial companies and other providers that we put under there. I mentioned about the users, so it's very important that we engage, understand the reactions to what they're learning and the satisfaction of that as well. So we have this continuous cycle. You can see here we run an NPS, so a Net Promoter Score, when people complete courses, understanding what what worked well for them, what didn't work well for them. You can see here the score on the SDMX introduction of 8.65, which isn't too bad. If you have a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, if ever you've gone to booking.com, I'm sure you've seen these NPS where you say, would you recommend this to a friend? These types of things. So on the vocabulary, which is a very popular course, and this is sort of breaking down the SDMX terminology in easy, sort of interactive ways. This is scoring at 9.33. We have the more sort of involved and I would say longer course that you take over a period of days. It's around a sort of 13-hour window that you may take over a series of days, and this is 8.12. And then a more recent course, you can see less people taking it, but still, I mean, it's scoring very high. So we're also learning as we're building this out, and you can see how we're improving on this. And this course extends the SDMX vocabulary for data managers, more advanced users who want to really dive into a more detailed sort of vocabulary of the SDMX terminology. We have instructors, so we're building experts, and we would also welcome, these are all internal OECD in the division that I work in, but we would very much welcome others to contribute, and we're open. We have a train the trainers course in there, which is, again, going back to training the experts to understand not only how to use a platform, but actually to apply the method and draw out their expertise and turn this into something that's easily sort of digestible in a self-paced learning manner. Abdullah mentioned a little bit of what's coming, so we have these 3 courses that are in the works and they're currently being produced behind the scenes. We hope to launch all 3 of them this year. We'll at least launch 2 of these, I suspect. Maybe one might be pushed into early January, but I imagine these will be coming very quickly. Referential metadata, very important subject, as Abdullah mentioned. Disseminating data with an optimized user experience. This is about how to optimize the output for your users and your consumers' data. Very important. You can't just put an SDMX file out there and expect people to understand this, or even with the table without real modeling work going on. So this course will touch on that. And of course, mappings. Again, Abdullah mentioned this is a very important subject. So you can connect to us, connect to me. I'm here also for the next 2 days. Go to the Academy as well. You can see online. I encourage you to go and check it out, check the courses out. It's a free account. You can go and enroll and create that. Or you can contact us or follow us also online. So thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much, Jonathan, and thank you for the perfect timing. I'm sure you have a lot of questions for Jonathan. Please write them down. We'll get back to them at the end of this session, when you will have a chance to ask questions to all the 3 of the speakers. And of course, once again, thanks, Jonathan, for all the activities that you and your team and the OECD has been putting together, all the trainings that you have provided. I think this is very useful to the community. And then I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Momar Kuta. Momar obtained his postgraduate diploma in computer engineering and information science, computer engineering and information and communication technology from the University of Gaston Berger, Senegal, in 2011. After completing his studies, he joined the National Agency for Statistics and Demography of Senegal, where he focused on developing applications for the department responsible for the databases. In 2013, Momar joined the international IT company Prognos to support the implementation of data portal offered by the African Development Bank to all African countries. And while at Prognos, Momar was responsible for implementing the portal in all French-speaking African countries. And in 2015, Momar joined the African Development Bank as a consultant, working on the implementation of the African Information Highway, the project that offered access to all the African countries. And this included the SDMX component. Since September 2018, Momar has been a staff member of the African Development Bank, and currently he holds the position of Statistical Information Systems Officer at the Statistics Department of the AFDB, and additionally he serves as project coordinator for the bank's flagship African Information Highway initiative. Momar also represents the bank in the SDMX community and the UN Big Data community. Momar, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Abdullah, for this introduction. This presentation is to brief and to share with you the ongoing activities from the African Development Bank to support the SDMX implementation in Africa. So this African Information Highway has been started in 2013, now almost 10 years. And it was a demand-driven from the Africa Head of State during the African Union Commission in 2012. The Head of State asked the bank, the UNECA, and also the AUC to support African countries to improve data access. And so following that request, the bank started this initiative, African Information Highway. So the first component of this initiative was to provide portal to countries. That was the immediate need at the time, to make sure that the data which are available in countries are also published online and accessible. So we start by providing to all of them portals, open data platform, and provide capacity buildings to make sure that all data that are produced from the country are published online. And to make sure that the country also focuses on the data part, the bank also takes the responsibility of hosting all portals and maintaining them in our data cloud. That was mainly to make sure that the country will focus mainly on the quality of the data and also making the data online available. And progressively now we add some more component on this initiative. Currently we also have 3 more components in addition to the portals. The first one, or the third one, is SDMX capacity building that we introduced some years back. And also we realized that having the data online on this portal is good, but also making sure that this data are used also is very important. So that brings us to also have this open data ecosystem orchestration on which we help countries to know how to better engage with all the stakeholders at the national level and to make sure that they respond efficiently to their needs. And also last year we started our Data Innovation Lab, which aimed to also assist countries on integrating new sources of data to complement official statistics. But this presentation, the focus will be mainly on the SDMX component. So all our activities are guided by 4 principles. The first one is reducing friction. For us, this means that to identify and address all the barriers or all the obstacles that can slow the process at the countryside in terms of making the data available and also having data in a good quality. The second one also is the data augmentation, on which we mean that we use the best practices, including also using standards to make sure that the data which are available are also in a good quality. And the third principle here is to collect once, use and reuse. And the last one will be to harness the power of partnership. And you will see easily that the SDMX is totally aligned with these four principles. So our main pillar in terms of capacity building or the approach that we are using to implement this initiative is mainly in three pillars. The first one is the knowledge transfer or knowledge sharing that we are doing with countries. And we also have sub-regional hubs. So what we want to do is to rely also on the sub-regional organization, including, for instance, East African Community, including also COMESA, AFISAT, and so on, to make sure that also we build capacity at that level, and they will also be near to the member countries and provide also the support. That's also another pillar of our approach for capacity building. And the most important here is to provide the tools for free, and we support this tool as well. So these are our main three pillars on this approach on which we are currently implementing this initiative. And we recently started the clustering part, which I will talk about on this slide. So on the knowledge sharing, our objective really is to leave no African countries behind in terms of SDMX capacity. So we provide the support, we provide the tools, and we make sure that all of them are also trained. And we also rely on the sub-regional organization. So as part of an ongoing project, what we are trying now to do is to cluster these countries in terms of skill, in terms of also of infrastructure. And I will explain better this point in the next slide. So it is just to make sure that we can group countries by skill needs and make sure that we can provide them and be more efficient. Instead of going country by countries, so if we make a cluster and know, okay, this country, this and this have similar curriculum skill, so from there we can group them and provide the capacity that they require. That's the objective of this cluster. And also we provide the capacity building in a hybrid mode. So since COVID, as it was also mentioned, I think, on the previous presentation, we start providing remote presentation or remote capacity building, as well also developing also some videos on SDMX modeling that also are available on our website for our countries. And also assist countries to have an SDMX annual work plan on which we also assist them on improving data modeling, preparing the structure that will be used for data dissemination and reporting as well. So far, we already have almost more than 4 regional organizations or regional workshops, which involve more than 25 countries as well. And this was done also together with partners. Just before COVID, we also conduct some workshop with our colleague from UNICEF, also our colleague from UNSD, and we continue on that after COVID also with some other sub-regional organizations, including EAC, East African Community, and we have organized also 2 more with them to assist the country in the region to also have the knowledge on the SDMX and start implementing. So this is the objective of that sub-regional organization. Since we don't have maybe a big team that can cover all African countries one by one. So the best approach is to rely on these hubs. So have experts in East African Community, have also experts in COMESA, have experts in AFISAT, experts in SADC, and so on. And these hubs will play a key role to bring this knowledge to their country, to their member countries. That's the key objective on this of establishing these regional hubs in Africa. And from there now we can have a kind of network of SDMX experts in Africa, and that will certainly make easy this knowledge transfer to countries. So in addition now to this capacity building, providing the knowledge to countries, organizing all this network of experts in SDMX, the other key point on which you also are working is to provide the SDMX tools. So as I said, we used to provide this open data platform more than 10 years now. And we are now working to improve it. And we make a benchmark last year to see about what are the tools available on the market, and mainly open source. So at the end, we come up with a choice of building on the ESTAT tool, the MDM tool, on which you are now working to add more layers from our side, and from there we'll be migrating all African countries in this new tool from next year. So our target is to have this version available by December, and from January we'll be starting working with countries to do this migration and make sure that also very soon we will have most African countries also having this platform which will be fully SDMX compliant. So one of the key features that we have now integrating, for instance, on the MDM part is, and I think also our colleague from ESTAT, Francesco, talked about that this morning, is mainly to make sure that we make easy the uploading part. So since we have a big continent, so covering all of them to provide the required skill in terms of data modeling could be quite challenging. So, and currently they are really, how to say it, fine with this open data platform template. So the idea is to go on that same way, to have a template on Excel that they can feed with all the data they have and upload, and the system will do all the SDMX artifact creation, DSD, code list, and so on. And that, we believe that that will make it more simple for them to quickly catch up and also have a kind of SDMX tool that can also respond to all the needs from the country and also from partners. So we are currently adding a lot of features on that, on this MDM, and also on the data browser part as well. And that's the objective that from January we will start moving this from the legacy system to this new system. So this is a kind of example, some example for the easy loading that we were talking about. So to have a Excel sheet where you will have some template or a kind of format to respect, and from there you upload. And this template also will include as well a mapping with to also fix this issue of reporting. So having this template to fill for creating your structure, but as well have an option that will allow countries to work with partners and do this mapping and upload it. And from there you will have a specific data flow that will be used for instance the NSDP, on which we are actively working with our colleague from IMF. So that's the objective. So we are working on that and make sure that we can progressively move all these countries on this new system from next year. So this is also another example with a mapping handler that countries can also have their own database or dissemination database, using also their own BSD, and from there using the mapping handler they can map using the same system in order to also respond to this reporting need from partners. The last slide here is a way forward currently. It's the first step is we are currently working on our strategy for the migration. We have a consultant working on that to prepare a very clear action plan that we will be applying for all countries to make sure that progressively we move to this new system coming. And we will be also having extensive data modeling capacity building from next year. And that will be crucial also to make easy the migration, and from there proceed and finalize the migration. That's the way forward from next year. And of course, this we cannot do it alone. So that's why we first rely on our hubs in the sub-regional organization, but also we are open as well to have any kind of cooperation with the international organization, including all the sponsors of the SDMX, which will be, make it easy for Africa also to have its capacity and help the countries to make sure that we progress together. So thank you. That was mainly a key point that I would like to share with you, and hopefully that will be together also help countries in Africa to make sure that we also have this system that can be fully SDMX compliant and SDMX native. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mamar. And yes, I think it's great, the kind of work that the African Development Bank has been doing in Africa and the kind of success it has achieved on many of the fronts. And now it's my turn to present Mr. Stefan Schipper. He is a senior statistician at the Asian Development Bank. He is working at the Statistics and Data Innovation Unit of the Economic Research and Development Impact. Stefan's work includes building statistical capacity at ADB's developing member economies on SDMX, as well as seasonal adjustment, improving statistical databases by using new digital technologies, and knowledge products, including statistical flagship publications. Before joining ADB, Stefan Schipper was a statistical officer at the Statistical Officer of the European Union, Eurostat. In Luxembourg, where he was responsible for the production and analysis of short-term business statistics. Before that, he was a senior economist statistician at the German Central Bank, Deutsche Bundesbank in Frankfurt, where he was responsible for methodology, use, and compilation of general economic statistics. And Stefan was also a lecturer on business mathematics and statistics at the University of Applied Sciences, Mainz, in Germany. Stefan holds a doctoral and master's degree in business administration from the European University, Vienna, Germany. Stefan, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Abdullah. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here at the 9th SDMX Global Conference. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this event, the SDMX sponsors, and the Bahrain Information and E-Government. I would like to present to you the SDMX e-learning courses, and in particular the tools course, which will be launched soon. First, I would like to take a step back. Abdullah already introduced briefly the SDMX Foundation e-learning course, which we have developed during the pandemic when there have been travel restrictions. We have developed this course in collaboration with the United Nations Statistical Department, the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, and the United Nations Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific. And we have been very grateful for the comments we have received from the SDMX Secretariat, as well as to the contributions from the national statistical offices from our region who showed the implementation of SDMX. The SDMX Foundation course introduces participants to basic information of how SDMX works and on things to consider when preparing for SDMX implementation. This is a basic course to introduce SDMX to the target learners are managers, statisticians, and IT staff with little or no knowledge on SDMX. And it's a self-paced learning course, and a certificate will be provided upon completion of the course. Like Jonathan has already mentioned, when you enroll in a course, you have some objectives to achieve. So this foundation course brings a high-level overview of SDMX and how it can improve the statistical business process. It will also provide learners with a basic understanding of SDMX, including the information model. The course is split into two models. The first model gives an introduction to SDMX, where learners gain a general understanding of SDMX, its benefits, and things they might want to consider when preparing for SDMX implementation, and it takes about 1.5 hours to complete this Model 1. And if managers take this course, this gives a high introduction, and we also provide a certificate to those only interested to gain an overview of SDMX. The second model gives an overview of the SDMX information model, where learners gain a more detailed understanding of how SDMX works, including the content-oriented guidelines, the SDMX infrastructure, and the implementation steps for SDMX. It will take around 2 hours for learners to complete the Model 2. When learners have taken the course, we have around 2/3 of the learners who have completed the course coming from national statistical offices, followed by other government agencies, including line ministries, central banks, and less than 10% of the learners have been coming from international organizations. We had a gender balance of the learners who have taken the course, and learners have been relatively satisfied when taking the course, so over 90% of the learners gave either a good or excellent rating, and so some mentioned that SDMX is new to them, and learning the concept was very exciting to them. They also appreciated that the trainer was slow and easy to understand, and some others mentioned that SDMX was discussed from the ground and explained in step by step. But we also have some learners who were missing some hands-on applications for SDMX. So we have then asked the learners in their interest to learn specific SDMX tools. And those which were mentioned by most learners are highlighted in blue in the right side of the slide. This includes the SDMX converter, the DSD constructor, or no, the SDMX constructor, the Fusion Metadata Registry, as well as the Global Registry. So based on this feedback we have received, we have started to develop, again in collaboration with UNSD, ESCWA, and CIAP, a SDMX tools course, which will be launched soon. And we were very grateful for the comments we have received from the Bank of International Settlement, as well as from the International Labour Organization, which has really helped to shape this course. So the SDMX tools course brings an overview of the SDMX tools for some common use cases, and it will also feature a demonstration on how to use the SDMX constructor, the Fusion Metadata Registry, and the SDMX converter. As this is an advanced course, target learners are statisticians and IT staff, and as it's an advanced course, it will be beneficial for learners to have a knowledge on the basics concept of SDMX. Oops. So again, if learners take the course, they will have an objective. So the first objective is to provide an overview of the available SDMX tools for some common use cases, including a short comparison, and then to discuss some tools in more detail. It will be again in two models split, this course. The first model gives an overview of the available IT tools, where learners gain a knowledge of which tool can be considered depending on their organizational goals or needs. And it will take learners about 1.5 hours to complete Model 1, whereas in Model 2 there will be a more detailed discussion and demonstration of some specific tools, knowledge on the features and function of the SDMX constructor, the Fusion Metadata Registry, and the SDMX converter, including hands-on experience, how to create a DSD and customize a DSD using the SDMX constructor, how to store and maintain SDM artifacts using the Fusion Metadata Registry, and finally, how to convert and validate data files with the SDMX converter. So the tools course is now available for enrollment, and it will go live on 15th of November. The first one is scheduled for around 1 month, from 15th of November until 15th of December. The 2 models will be released in phases so that the learners have experience to take this course as a group. There will be a moderated discussion forum where learners can post their questions and interact with other learners. Learners might also use the SDMX user forum to post their questions on specific tools. It's a self-paced learning, and it will feature lecture-type videos, and after every 3 to 5 models there will be quizzes. And for each of the 3 tools presented in Model 2, there will be a hands-on exercise. So the enrollment started now, and it is free for all. After the global conference, we will also post a flyer of the announcement of the online training course on SDMX tools, which you can also use to share in social media channels, which we will then also do at the ADB social media channels. And finally, this is how to access the course with the usual links. So I will stop here. I would like to thank you for your attention.
Yes, thank you very much, Stefan, and thank you for and the Asian Development Bank for all the work you have been doing, for the training you have been conducting in the countries, some of which I have had the privilege to be a part of, and thank you for the e-learning courses, especially the tools e-learning course. I think it's a pretty ambitious one, and it's great to see that this initiative has come to fruition. And again, I look forward to taking that course and navigating through it. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're badly over time, and I welcome any burning questions to any of the speakers. We have seen 3 presentations from OECD and the Asian Development Bank and the African Development Bank, and any questions? Yes, please, in the back.
Hello, I'm Federica Marcon from European Central Bank, and I have a question for Momar, actually. Very interesting presentation. It's really nice to see the work done by the African Development Bank on the SDMX integration. Out of my curiosity, I wanted to ask you which is the country that is the best in class currently for the, let's say, implementation of SDMX, and let's say the best in class in building a solid and sound statistical data exchange system.
Thank you so much for this question. So what I can say is, for instance, the best use cases that I can say is about our cooperation with IMF. You know, the first tool that we provide to countries can provide a kind of SDMX outcomes. So we are currently using that with our colleague from IMF to help countries to report for the NSDP on the EGDDS. So far we have covered almost more than 35 countries that are using this system to report to IMF. So now what we want now is to make it SDMX native, and that can fit also all the needs from other partners, including for the SDGs, for also any other metadata exchange with other partners. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any further questions? Yes, Yves.
Thanks. I think all these training curriculums and so on are great. And one of the challenges we've always seen is that when people go home, they don't have easy access to some of the tools and platforms. And I'm wondering if any of us have any plans to have something that's a kind of platform as a service or software as a service that people could play around on, like a sandbox. It would be so nice if any of us have any plans to support that.
That's a great point. Is that a question to the speakers? Anyone? Jonathan, go ahead.
Yes, in a way we have one, but we don't open it yet. We are thinking about how we can do this because, of course, there's a cost involved in hosting in the cloud, especially for something like this, a sandbox. It is something we're discussing. You're part of our community, so I think you would have a voice in this, how we go. We do this. For example, we're going to do this for the training in the next days. There's a sandbox for many tools. So I think it's something maybe for the sponsors to think about as a sort of collective environment rather than one agency tackling.
Omar?
Yeah, just to complete, in the Africa context, that's also on our plan. So even with our current tool, that exactly this approach that we have adopted. So countries have their own instances, their own portals, but we also set up a kind of training portal where they can really play with the tool and make sure that they understand before applying on their own production system. And that will be the same approach. So in terms of hosting this kind of tool, so we don't have that kind of challenge in the bank. So currently all portals for all African countries are hosted from our data centers. So we'll be also applying the same rule or the same method for those countries. But in this new coming system, we will have this kind of hybrid mode. So countries with the capacity to host, they will do it from their side. But we will still also set up a kind of training platform on which they can play with the back end, with a specific aspect, and also with the front end before applying from that side. So we'll have it very soon on our migration as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Kamil.
Yes, so Kamel from Africa Development Bank. It is a question or maybe a call in terms of capacity building content, in terms of language. We know that most of the training capacity building are in English. And just a call or maybe a question that I want to raise. What about translation in other language, French, Arabic, Spanish, I don't know. Thank you.
Yes, Jonathan.
For us at least, the DotStat Academy is fully multilingual, so it can provide that. It's about, it's not necessarily just providing a translation of the platform and the labels and things like this. The content you can translate to a point and automate that, but you need someone who's native as well, tongue, to actually translate some of it or check it and validate that work. Because you can't just push training material out there with an automated translate. So Which languages do you tackle? I mean, this is a question. I mean, you know, we have this question. I've seen this in our survey when we get feedback. But again, it requires an investment, and also which ones should we do first? You know, especially as international organizations, we have like 2 languages at the OECD, for example, official languages, but the UN has many more. So, yeah, we have to decide, and we'd also have to make sure we have native tongue speakers to actually help us with that work.
Thank you, and I hope that with recent advances in artificial intelligence, the translation and especially maintenance of the translations will be made much cheaper and easier, and we will see more materials available in multiple languages. I can tell you that there are plans to translate SDMX reference materials, not yet the training courses, but at least reference materials into other languages. Any further questions? I have a question to Stefan. So the SDMX Tool to Learning course, who is it available to again? Which parts of the world? Is it available to anyone, or is it restricted to your member states?
The online training courses, this is available for anyone. So anyone around the world is invited to enroll to this course, and we hope you share it also broadly within your network, so that we have a group of learners which will take this first run of the course, and then we can evaluate their feedback on this course. And so please feel free to share it. And we also had it for the foundation course. We had learners from around the world. Most were coming from Asia, but we had from other continents as well, including from America, Africa. We also provide face-to-face trainings, but this is of course restricted to our developing member economies in our region within Asia and the Pacific. And we are always happy to collaborate as we can. We have around 49 regional member economies which we cannot address alone, so we are always willing to join forces to get our developing member countries to a higher level.
Thank you. Thank you very much for providing a truly global public good. Okay, and now I call on Jonathan.
So thank you for all of you who actually responded to the SWOT. This is just initial results, very raw. So we need to obviously do a bit more analysis of this. You were asked for, this was responding against 4 parameters here, so the strengths. You can see here, quite interestingly, that there are a growing number of resources available, even certification. They're easy to access, useful for different sort of profiles, quite comprehensive. There's much more that was on offer 3 years ago, for example. I mean, I think you can see this. There's 3 sort of, training or providers, if you like, on stage here, and many more that aren't here. And you can see that it's, very easy to access and allow you to sort of adopt, SDMX, I suppose, at a basic level. Let's look at some of the weaknesses, of course. As I said in my presentation, I think we're not there yet. There's a lot of materials, and this is something which we need to be better at coordinating, how these activities, bringing them all together. There's also regional maybe constraints here, like for example, a MENA region here, where there may be less access, and this might go back to some of the Kamal's point on translations as well. We may have trouble reaching certain regions, certain users. Also, I mentioned about the SDMX 2025 roadmap. where we are trying to bring all these resources together. So it's very important. You can see some of the results here. We'll publish these when we've done a bit more analysis, but there's also opportunities. SDMX.io is mentioned a lot of times, so I think we've collected it. We'll report this. This will come out, and we'll share this with you all. There are a number of challenges, so thank you again. We don't have time to go through all these, but I would like to thank you all for your responses and openness when you responded to this. So thank you.
So thanks, Jonathan. And that brings our session to a close. We're very badly over time, but I think that this shows an interest in all topics SDMX, and in particular capacity building. So I would like to thank you, the speakers, and that brings us to the final closing session of this conference.
Thanks, Abdullah. So we will move directly to the closing panel. So I would like to invite all the panelists to the stage and take a seat. So, thank you very much. So, we are reaching the end of the conference, and as we open this closing session here, obviously, it is a good time point to reflect a little bit on what we have discussed during the conference. You know, which ideas we have gathered during the conference, which exchanges we had, which new collaboration projects we will start. And so I have a number of very interesting panelists here. You see all the names. I will not introduce everybody individually to save a little bit time. And so the idea is that we all together here reflect a little bit upon our learnings and also about our aspirations, how we can actually bring SDMX forward in the future. Let me start with Abdullah. So Abdullah, I have a question for you, which is from the discussions and the presentations over the past days. What do you believe are the most significant takeaways for SDMX and for the SDMX community? And I suggest that everybody keeps the time limit. We have maximum 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Rafael. I'll try to be brief. Well, I couldn't wait to say that SDMX is the big enabler, the great enabler. But of course, Marco said it during the first day of the conference. But that doesn't change the fact. It just shows that great minds think alike. The thing is, who 15 or 18 or 20 years ago could think that SDMX was going to align so well with artificial intelligence? Who could have thought that it was going to be used to enable, to facilitate automated translation of structural and reference metadata? Who could have thought that SDMX was a key technology that enables you to publish your data in multiple languages? Even on seemingly easier, simpler topics, we had a whole session on data governance. And why did we have that session? Well, it's because it's coming up very strongly because organizations all over the world are waking up to the fact that if you are sitting on a wealth of data, you need to manage it properly. And actually, it turns out that SDMX is one of those technologies that greatly help you because you have the tools, you have the methodologies, you have the structures. It makes data governance and data management is a hugely important and very complex task. I think that a lot of people don't realize just how complex data management and governance is. And SDMX helps you a lot in there. So this is one of the takeaways from this conference. And what it got me thinking now is when we meet 2 years from now, the next global conference, what other uses for SDMX we will have found by then? I mean, 2 years ago and 4 years ago, AI was nowhere on the agenda. I don't think that you could find it. And look how strong it's coming up now. We had a whole session just on artificial intelligence. Another actually takeaway I have is, I mean, I can just sum it up very simply. You can do it. I haven't heard in the last 3 days the phrase which I used to hear a lot, that SDMX is so complex. Well, I think that people understand that it's not complex. Data is complex, yes. SDMX is not complex. SDMX is, thanks to the wealth of tools that you have and recommendations and guidelines, makes it actually much easier to manage the data. Yes, data management, data dissemination, data exchange, it's inherently complex. But if you use SDMX, it's going to make it the easiest for you. And if you look at all the range of countries and organizations that have implemented SDMX to its benefit, then if you are asking yourself whether you can do it or your organization can do it, the answer is yes, you can. And finally, I think that it was the last session that got me thinking about that. At almost all the previous conferences, I was asked, and not just I, we, the organizers, were asked, so the participants come back to their offices, and what then? What happens on the Monday after? And there was not a good answer to that, because there's only so much that you can do by yourself. But actually now, you can do a lot more than before. And if you participate in the basic capacity building track, if you install that software, you know what you can do when you come back to your office? You can do a proof of concept. You can do a proof of concept dissemination platform, or you can do a proof of concept data exchange platform. That's the Monday after that you can go, that you can have if you wish. And you will be able to demonstrate to your management, not just to say something, but if you put an effort into it, and it's not that much of an effort, you can show a proof of concept dissemination website for your organization. And that, I think, is a major achievement. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdullah. Right, and we already have the slogan for the next conference, SDMX, yes we can. That's very nice. All right, I would like to pass the microphone to Alessandro and ask him, you know, where do you see the biggest opportunities of SDMX in the coming years, especially in the light of technological advancements and all the evolving data needs which we have?
Thank you. Let me start with a brief reflection. When I frequently am asked the question, but what is SDMX, when I talk to colleagues inside the ECB, and then the standard answer is, well, SDMX is a standard for statistics, technical standard for statistics. But thinking about it, it's a little bit more than that. I consider SDMX as a framework. It contains an information model that helps us structure our data, guidelines, tools, exchange format. So it's a framework. So the question that you ask, Rafa, could be rephrased, is this SDMX framework for the next challenge? And what is the next challenge? We have different views on the challenges. At least the views that I have here from the ECB is that the work that we've been doing in the statistical field so far has been quite well aligned with the SDMX framework. The SDMX framework can take care of time series, can process quantity of data limited to the interactions that we have with national central banks, produces very good and organized results in the dissemination. But the work of our statistician has been changing since the last 3 or 4 years. It's more, and they say to themselves, it's more that they're doing data management. They're not producing statistics anymore. They're doing data management. And what does that mean? Large quantity of data come in. Nobody can read them all, so there has to be tools able to cope with high volumes, with innovative way to clean the products, to clean the data that comes here, to validate the data that comes here, and that comes in, and performant machines that are able to perform the very sophisticated aggregations that they want to produce in order for them to have a bulk of data available for further analysis and for publication. So is the SDMX framework ready for the challenge? I think that we could maybe reflect a bit more about that. And if I look at the 3 main steps of the value chain, collection, compilation, and dissemination, on the collection side, we will be soon within the euro area receiving a lot of data to produce some of our statistics, granular data, so changing a bit the paradigm that we've implemented now. And is SDMX CSV a good choice, or do we need something even better, for example, because this is what we have. So reflections on the collection side on what is available in exchange format to be ready for the data management challenge is one aspect. On the compilation side, now we are experimenting, a bit more than experiment, we're implementing system using big data technology to cope with large volumes. And is the information model that we use sufficiently well suited to deal with, I don't know, cloud data product, big data machines, large scalabilities, or not? And this is also something that we started to have some understanding. And finally, on the dissemination side, we see the dissemination actually with 2 distinct legs. One is communication of statistics, and the other is dissemination for analytical purposes. And I think that the SDMX framework for communicating statistics to make available, let's say, indicators and a limited number of, let's say, data products is quite well suited now. But what we are asked is to put in place a different type of organization of dissemination areas, not anymore data warehouses, but more into the data lakes type of field. What someone told me the other day, we will never create data warehouses anymore. We are creating lake houses. So this is the new word that I have heard, lake houses. So can the SDMX framework help us in creating lake houses? So large amount of data available, cleaned, golden copies of data available for analytical purposes. So are the tooling that we have available today already sufficient, or do we have some gaps to fill? So this is a reflection that I think we are starting to have inside the European Central Bank, and we see that there is a good basis, but there is a need also to make a decisive step forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandro, for the reflections, and fully agree that will keep us very busy in the next couple of years. And fortunately, we had already presentations with artificial intelligence, machine learning in the title, and big data was also on some of the, let's say, slides I have seen. So at least we are, aware we need to move in this direction, and but there's a lot of investment and innovation needed. Now let me turn to Edgardo. Edgardo, are there any challenges or obstacles you foresee for the SDMX community, and how might we preemptively address them?
Okay. Well, Alessandro stole some part of my answer, but it's okay. We still have material to talk about. I think that the future is promising, but of course that there are challenges. But I would like to start thinking of how great this conference has been, not only in the organization and everything that we are living, but also in how, if we compare with the 2019 edition that was the previous presential global conference, the growth, the increase in quality and quantity of presentations and attendance is incredible. And then I remember a presentation, I think it was in Budapest, made by a person from Gartner, that showed us this diagram that they have, that they call the hype cycle. And according to him, SDMX was in the slope of enlightenment, trying to reach the plateau of productivity. So I personally feel that now we reach this plateau of productivity. But now we have to stay there. And this is the main challenge, because it's hard to grow. Normally, you say that you go up in stairs, but then you go down in elevator. So we have to avoid the elevator to go down and continue growing, or at least staying in this plateau. And for that, there are many challenges. Abdullah was mentioning that we are somehow changing this idea, this myth that SDMX is complex, and I think that is true. We are in the good way, but we have to continue doing that. And for example, I think that sooner than later we will have to start splitting our addressing to developers and users of SDMX, because we cannot continue teaching the details of the standards to people that only will use SDMX. It's like trying to explain the IEEE standard of Wi-Fi to people that just want to connect to a Wi-Fi network with the phone. So we're going to have to start thinking how to reach users with tools that hide the complexity of SDMX, but make use of the benefits of SDMX that have been mentioned by Alessandro, and at the same time continue, of course, developing the community of doers of SDMX by adding new technologies and enlarging the standard and so on. So I think that this is one of the ways of addressing these challenges, and, well, continue enlarging the community, of course.
Thanks, Edgardo. Yeah, you know, when you talk about the sophistication and high level of SDMX we have reached, I mean, if I just look at the conference here, the global conference, I think this is a demonstration of this, yeah. And it's right, you know, it will be tough to keep the level. We need to work on this constantly. And the same for the next conference, to keep this level of professionalism as we have experienced here, you know, provided by our host country, our host, the IGA. That will be difficult. Yeah? So let's see. Thank you. So let me move to Eric, and I think the next question is perfect for you, Eric, which is, you know, how can you foster greater collaboration and unity within the SDMX community to ensure its continued growth and relevance? And I'm saying it's perfect for you because you are basically the brain of DotStat and the SISCC community, so I think nobody else could answer this better than you.
Thank you, Rafael, for the question. I think in a way, perhaps the first answer to, you know, how can we foster collaboration and unity is this conference. And I would concur with what Edgardo said. I'm very impressed by, you know, how much energy I'm taking from everything that happened so far, how vibrant this group is, seeing old friends, discovering new faces, and I guess, you know, SDMX is also a community, and that means there is a social capital there. It starts with the fact that we are all we have somehow a common goal. We are working for the common good. We want to have this data, this evidence, these facts that inform the policymaking decision, that inform the public debate, and that will help us hopefully to address some of the big challenges of the time. And so we have this common goal. We want to have this, let's say, inclusive data ecosystem. And an occasion like, these 3 days is really a way of reminding us of that and sort of realigning ourselves, let's say, with that goal. And of course, connecting with each other and creating these bonds and nurturing this social capital. So I guess continuing to nurture this social capital, beyond, of course, the 3 days is perhaps the most important part. And then that said, of course, another aspect that impressed me over the last period, I would say over the past 2 years, is this awareness that we cannot make this alone. So we really need to work together. Of course, this was always somehow in the DNA of SDMX, that cooperation and so on. But this notion that we need to deliver together, we need to build together, we need to co-invest in common solutions, that's also is coming across, and we've seen that in various projects that were presented, and this is delivering now. It's there, and everyone is aware and is actually doing that. And I think this is fantastic. And so let's continue. Of course, this is a lot about the tools, about the architecture and the technology and the platforms. And we see that with AI, there is even more opportunities there. And here, I guess the key word, the key catalyst for greater collaboration is interoperability. And I really think SDMX.io is also offering us a very interesting space where we can make this interoperability, this notion, this common goal, a reality with common criteria, with having a space where whoever is developing solutions, tools can confront it with others, make sure they are connecting to each other, and in a way not let the users solve the inconsistency and incongruences, but really take it as our responsibility to make them work together. So I think this is definitely a way forward for collaboration and unity. And lastly, and that's perhaps one area where we have to work the most, and it sort of goes back to people dimension, is capacity building, developing the skills, understanding better the users, understanding the diversity of their profiles and situations, as Edgardo was saying. And here probably this is an area where we need to make progress. There is a lot already ongoing. We saw that in the last session, but I think the last session was also a way of measuring, somehow to be dissatisfied and aim for more. There is perhaps some institutional aspect. We have a technical working group, we have a statistical working group. Perhaps we need a communication and capacity working group to give really a clear space where, sponsors and of course all our organizations can sort of give directions in that respect. And somehow take a scientific, architected approach to how do we build skills, how do we know really the users in a systematic manner, and how do we share that knowledge, and that we make sure really we are not on the supply side, but whether data or tool supply side, but really on the side of who is actually using the data, using the tools to create some value, and ultimately contribute to these greater goals that I mentioned in the beginning. So this shift of mindset, I think, is still something we need to work on. So these were my thoughts, and ultimately it's really about people first, both as a social capital and caring for the real people using the solutions, using the data. That would be my thoughts.
Thanks, Eric, for your thoughts. Now over to you, Marco. In the context of rapidly changing data landscapes, how do you think SDMX should adapt to stay at the forefront?
Well, Rafael, as we saw in this conference, SDMX remains adaptable and responsive to the new data ecosystem. SDMX is still a young initiative. It's like 20, 25 years old or young, say, initiative. So this is, in statistics, in terms of standards, is really kind of a young initiative. And but think about how many things have changed since the introduction of SDMX, right? So we are at the third version of the standard, so SDMX 3.0. And so now in the standard we have microdata, we have geospatial data, things that did not, of course, exist in the beginning. And think about the number of code lists that we have, all the domains that are included, and also the number of tools that are now sort of being developed, DotStat and FMR. And now we have our own iData, the ISTAT implementation. So of course this means that SDMX is adapting. Now what is changing now though is the speed of change, right? Because there's so many things happening, fast. Generative AI last year, this time, did not sort of exist, at least, the way it exists now. And so, yeah, of course, the adaptation needs to happen faster now. And I think there's two directions that I think, SDMX should take going forward. So one is the direction of innovation, and one is the direction of data governance that I think Edgardo and also Abdullah mentioned. So on the innovation, I think we know that there's so many data types now that exist. It's not just statistics; it's data of different types. Structured, unstructured. Satellite images now are sort of also part of SDMX, but there are like different types of data that the private sector also produces, like real-time data, high frequency. So let me just make an example, like a personal example. And I did work with the AIS data. I don't know if you're familiar with AIS data. So these are like data on sort of transportation of kind of shipping movements, And there are providers of this data, and I work with 3 providers, and they structure this data in different ways. So of course they don't use SDMX. They have a code list of types of vessels that are different between them. And so if you want to make sense of this data, you got to work. I mean, with the team, we worked like months just to understand, what this code list meant, because we wanted to sort of compare and integrate this data. So if, like, for example, like, providers of this data could work together, perhaps with some organizations like IMO to create code lists, and use SDMX for this type of news sources. I think this could expand, I guess, the use of SDMX towards different direction. And then the second area is about data governance. Yes, of course, innovation is important, but I think we need to continue to to promote SDMX as a sort of important role of data governance and sort of quality standards of sort of statistical data, right? There's a lot of data out there, but I think there's a difference between data and trusted data. So and I think SDMX, with all the governance behind it, can really make that, play that role, right? Of sort of once you have a code list, once you have an organization supporting it and provide governance around it, so that can help provide trustworthiness to the data and help also users discern between what can be trusted and what not.
Thanks, Marco. Yeah, in this world of fake news, etc., this is super important. Thanks a lot for your thoughts. Now, let me turn to our host. Mr. Dr. Khalid Al-Mutawa is the Deputy Chief Executive responsible for operations and governance at the IGA. Now, I would like to ask you a question. How do you see, let's say the future, the needs of SDMX in the GCC area, and in particular, how do you see Bahrain could further benefit from SDMX, and what are your wishes to the SDMX working groups and the Secretariat?
Thank you, Rafael. I think the GCC countries has recognized the importance of SDMX long time ago, and we do have running projects called MARSA. It is using SDMX technology to automate exchange of data. The only things that I want to stress on and could be very nice if we could have some support from different organizations in that area. And it is a gap that I have seen and discussed with my colleagues as well, is that this new technology will require a reform for our organization chart. Because yes, we do build our capacity and we do bring these technologies, but if you don't have the right structures and you don't define the right rules and responsibilities of people, then you will not be able to accelerate this adoption of the new technology. We don't see a guidelines that could help us to build the right reform of the statistical departments, helping them to support them on how they can adopt these new technologies, how we can create a new job position for them, and what is the roles and responsibilities for those new peoples, because those people will not be only statisticians, they will be a mix of IT and statistical skills. And we don't see this available right now on the region and the market, but we would love to see a guidelines that help us to reform and restructure our authorities in a way that will help them to rebuild their objectives and aims. The second thing that maybe it's come to my mind, I've seen many speakers talking about the training program, and this is very helpful. And I believe that this will help the team to build their capacity. But we really also need some guidelines to relook or revisit our academic curriculums in the universities, see how we can fuse the part related to SDMX technologies for the new generation and help to build their capabilities from the beginning so they will be ready for the market and ready to adopt this new technology. By doing this, I think we will really enhance the adoption journey for this SDMX, and we will be able to accelerate the way we adopt this technology and utilize it in a better way.
Thank you very much for these reflections. And yeah, I fully agree. The profile of a data, let's say, engineer, analyst is really changing. It's really key to combine the technology aspects with the methodology, with the statistical, let's say, foundation. And it's very hard to find these profiles, but I fully agree. At the end, it's we need to actually link into the education, yeah, in order to build these, let's say, profiles and skills. Thank you very much. We have a little bit time, so I just wanted to ask whether there's any question in the audience to our esteemed panelists. So there's one question over here. I'm jumping. Please.
So maybe to Marco, because Marco, on the first day you chaired this very interesting and new session to SDMX, new technologies and techniques, very much focused on AI and AI around sort of data access, more on the external user side, but there wasn't so much, and this probably goes back to the presentation that Abdullah made about this sort of automating multilingual sort of application, you know, of the data and internal metadata and things like this. So I'm wondering, should we be focusing more on the internal work to try to improve our processes and also the reduction of the statistics rather than the users on the outside for the consumers and finding our data easily? It seems to be too much on that and nothing appearing on the inside. So how would you see us maybe in 2 years' time? Do we have some presentations on that? What's your thoughts?
So because I couldn't hear well. The question is about like
because AI was more reflecting on the external users and consumers of the data, making it easier to understand. But there wasn't anything really on the internal sort of data producers and helping their work.
Yeah, well, you know, that's true. I mean, the use cases that, of course, I mean, we need to think that eventually SDMX serves user needs, right? So of course, you know, data producers, you know, use SDMX to disseminate data, but we need to think about how we can really facilitate, you know, the use of the data. And so I think it has to be going forward like more user-centric. And I think we had some, I guess, applications, you know, of like for example, dashboarding, right? So I think the hackathon was an example. So we didn't present actually the results of the hackathon, but I think, you know, having perhaps better ways to disseminate data in a perhaps more compelling and dynamic way, you know, that could be a sort of a way in which we show the value of SDMX, right? So having something like a sort of dashboarding tools that can connect to SDMX and visualize them in, you know, so you can Power BI or Tableau, or, you know, I think David presented the Power BI connector, right? So otherwise SDMX remains something just only for the machines, right, and for tables. And so I think if, you know, it would be good to see kind of this in action, maybe, you know, next conference, to see some more, you know, kind of appealing use of SDMX data that can attract sort of the users. And then, of course, this can bring, you know, new, you know, stakeholders. We saw, like, compared with other, perhaps previous conferences, more presence of the private sector here, right? So we are seeing, you know, more partners partnering with us. So maybe this could also, you know, of course, if the users see the value of it, you know, they will also perhaps be happy to, I would say, invest resources, and then at that point, you know, the private sector can also help further develop the standard in that direction.
Thanks, Marco. All right, so let's thank our panelists again for all their reflections and insights. That will definitely be a very useful input into the, let's say, in shaping the future of SDMX going forward. So thank you very much. So we are at the end of the conference. I would like to say just a few words. So first of all, I think this conference has really been a melting pot of ideas, dedication and vision, but it also has been a testament of the spirit of collaboration. I'd like to extend my special thanks to our gracious host, the IGA of Bahrain, for their great hospitality, for making this conference a resounding success. In particular, I would like to thank the SDMX organizing team, which was represented by the 8 SDMX sponsor organizations, the IGA, ESCWA, and the Bank of Italy. Many thanks for your exceptionally well-managed preparation and execution of the conference. And my special thanks are for Lula. Lula, we have a little, let's say, present for you. I'm just getting it.
Thank you so much for this surprise. And I would like to thank all organizers as well. It was a pleasure meeting everyone since we started our meetings. I think it was back in December or January. But we wouldn't have made it today if it was with everyone's efforts. And I would really thank my team as well from who are not part of the SDMX organizing group, but they're part of my directorate. The team sitting down there, the media team and everyone. And it was really a pleasure meeting everyone from different countries all at one time. So I really hope you enjoyed your stay in Bahrain. It was a pleasure meeting brothers and sisters from different parts of the world. And I hope to see you again in SDMX conferences or other conferences in the Kingdom of Bahrain. And thank you for this beautiful gesture. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lula. Thank you, Lula. And again, thanks a lot to all the team. There were so many people involved, and we cannot mention everybody, so thank you very much. So I would also like to mention Abdullah for his outstanding leadership as the chair of the organizing committee. Abdullah, your dedication truly made a difference. So thank you very much. And of course, a heartfelt appreciation goes also out to our participants from the GCC area. Your presence and active involvement have added depth and diversity to our discussions, fostering a richer understanding of the SDMX landscape in the region. As we depart from here, let's cherish the connections we have made, the knowledge we have gained, and the path we have charted. Let's keep the dialogue alive and continue to collaborate, innovate, and drive the future of SDMX. Thank you all for your invaluable contributions and for being pivotal to this conference success. Safe travels to everybody, and here is to shaping the future of SDMX together. Thank you.
I will abuse my position as chair of the organizing committee to add a few words after Raphael. Two things. One is, once again, I don't think I can thank enough the IGA for their outstanding hospitality and hosting this conference. It will be very hard to beat for the next conference. But I would also like to thank the SDMX Secretariat, who worked tirelessly in organizing this event. And I think that this was, I did that groundwork back in 2015. I know what it's like to do all the legwork, to send all the emails, to send all the responses. Thank you, BIS, for an outstanding job.
And of course, I need to say a few administrative things at the end. So tomorrow and the day after, we have the capacity training. And just to remind our colleagues, the capacity training will actually happen here. So the room will be split into 3 rooms. Here in this area, there will be the beginners capacity training. And in this other area, there will be advanced capacity training. And in the middle, this room will be empty. So just that you know where to go. And with this, thank you very much, and I wish everybody a nice evening and a pleasant 2 more days. And tomorrow at 4:30, we have the trip to the National Museum. Thank you very much.
For tomorrow's capacity building session, I'm not going to wear a tie, just to let you know. So you don't have to.